Oh. Why are you here? Little fucking thing. Unidentified fucking creature. Get it out of here. I know how to get rid of it. But I don't know if I have the strength to... Yes, yes, yes. There we go. That should fix it. Okay, yes. Goodbye, little thing. Hello, everybody. Been a while since I've streamed. I have missed playing video games on stream. I've been playing some games off stream. I picked up Mario RPG, but that is immaterial to I am so excited for Ace Attorney Investigations. Ah. Da, 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 da. What song is this? Oh, this is Apollo Justice's objection from 2016 from Spirit of Justice. Okay. Yeah. Get it, Apollo. Get that shit. They really hit those fucking leitmotifs early. They got those down pat. What do you guys think of my ascot? I've got I modeled this in preparation so that I could be prepared. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Okay. I mentioned this on Twitter a while back and in tags on the Tumblr post, but for this stream, we'll be starting with Investigations 1. Been a while since I've played Investigations 1, so yeah. I'm prepared to... I don't remember everything that happens with the first case, which is why I need to refresh my memory on it. The last time I thought about investigations was the Jello Apocalypse series of videos, which Miles is on Fire. They only started recording for case number 2. So even with that in my memory, case number 1 isn't very well cemented in my head. So we'll go ahead and start with Investigations 1, Case 1. Depending on how we're feeling, we might skip to Investigations 2. But that depends on how we're feeling. We'll see how we're doing at the end. But man, oh man, am I excited for this. Go away. Go away, background music. Let's just go ahead and jump the fuck in. All right. Gaming. Gaming for gamers. There we go. Come on, populate. There we go. How's the volume? Do I need to turn the volume down a little? I feel like I might. I feel like I might need to turn the volume down just a little bit. How's that? I think that's good, right? Good sound effect volume. I'm gonna say that's good. Okay. Let's get the fuck in. All right. Miles Edgeworth, Ace Attorney Investigations 1. Let's fucking go. Turnabout Visitor. It's been so long. It's been so long. Got an achievement for playing the game with HD chibi characters. Everything old is new. Does that mean I get another achievement if I set up the, if I use the original sprites? To make sure the defendant is found guilty. What other choice do I have? That's the job of a prosecutor, after all. That may be true, but why? Why go this far? Sorry. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. But a guilty verdict is all that matters to me. No matter what the cost. Bang! Oh, fuck. I do remember that the killer is Jacques Portsman. I'm a prodigy among prosecutors. Always have been, always will be. Oh, Portsman! 12th floor hallway. Oh, there he is! There he is! There he is! Yes! 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 Look at him! Look at him! Look at him! Let me get my Edgeworth ready. My Edgeworth. My Miles Edgeworth. Objection! It's hard to believe that I've been away from my office for a whole month. I hope Detective Gumshoe has been keeping an eye on my office, and keeping it clean. The door is unlocked. Detective Gumshoe? What's this smell? It's very familiar. Blood? Shuck! What the? What's the meaning of this? Freeze. Identify yourself. Shut up. You've got some nerve committing murder in a prosecutor's office. Is that a threat? Let me make one thing very clear. What? No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one. Not even me. The murder I mean, what? Shut up. My name is Miles Edgeworth. Ace Attorney Investigations. I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know that upon my return home after a month abroad, I would be thrusted into a multitude of cases. It's very frantic and busy days. 2:56 a.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I'm just looking at this. I'm just looking at this art before me. We got the flowers with the cravat. We got the steel samurai figure. We got the broken off half of the prosecutor's award. Yeah. I finished photographing the victim's body, sir. Can I want to see. Okay, no, it's fine. Very well. Please continue your investigation. Yes, sir! Ah! Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Are you okay, sir? Keep it down, detective. This is a crime scene. When I heard that a murder had taken place in your office, I ran up here straight away. This is Dick Gumshoe. He's a detective at the local precinct, and we love him. Everyone say thank you, Gumshoe. And the one they assigned to handle this murder case for the time being. You're looking a little pale, sir. Are you hurt? Ah, proof of my profession. However, I prefer to keep it in my pocket. Victim in this case. Why was he killed in my office? Dick Gumshoe. I feel like... I don't remember him looking like this, but I also don't remember the victim very much at all. No, I'm perfectly fine. However... Ah, look what they did to your office! It's totally trashed! I'll say, the culprits sullied my floor with dirt rather well. No one gets away with tracking mud into my office. Whoa! Sounds like you're really getting burned up over this whole thing! This crime was committed in my office, so it is my responsibility to solve it. Oh-ho! That's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating! Agreed. Our first course of action is to gather relevant facts and leads. We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we are to find the truth. I'll keep any leads or information we find etched into the forefront of my mind. Speaking things that pique my curiosity. Why of all places did the murder occur in my office? I can feel this is something important to keep in mind. Yeah, I was wondering that myself, sir. I mean, you can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you? No, really? No, really? Yeah. No, not really. Especially because of this. The key to your office? What do you mean, sir? If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you, detective. Have you ever used logic before? I'm begging you, detective. Logic? By finding the connection between two pieces of information and connecting them, new information is born. I can't believe I, a grown man, have to tell you, another grown man, about this simple fact. That is the end result of using logic. So how do you use it? First, I recall information with Q, then I connect them together with T. Hooja! Oh, and there's the health bar. All right. Successfully make a connection during logic without making a mistake. There weren't any other pieces of logic to use. You can't miss that achievement. For security reasons, all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks, which means it would have been hard for the murderer and the victim to get in here. Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as mere coincidence. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir. There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after? The killer's goal. The killer... That's some beautiful logic, sir. You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, well, when you follow leads to their conclusion, only the truth remains. However, if information doesn't line up properly, it may stray far from the truth as well. So this is just how insane he is. This is a sanity meter. But if I think carefully before piecing the leads together, the logic should flow. Let's get started with our Miles Edgeworth investigation, shall we? Yes, sir! Hooah! The basis of any good investigation is to examine everything, sir. I know that, and when I want to examine something, I simply use space when I'm next to it. If you ever feel lost and want to talk, just use T, okay? I'll give you great, precise advice as an ace investigator, sir. Something to try later if I have free time, I suppose. Yeah! Schmoving. Yeah! This is gonna be Edgeworth in the next Marvel vs. Capcom game. He's gonna wave dash like this. It's gonna be insane footsies. It's gonna be crazy. Oh, front-facing Edgeworth. Front-facing Gumshoe. We are front-facing you. Oh, that's the log. You called, sir? Notice anything? Is there anything you noticed that you'd like to share, Detective Gumshoe? Just that I rushed over here as soon as I heard there was a murder in your office, sir. The investigation's just gotten started, so I guess there's not much else to say. So, were you the one that found the body, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately, upon my return I found my office door to be unlocked. And what awaited me inside was this whole messy affair. Ouch, that's rough. Even though I left the security of this room to a certain detective. Sorry, sir. Hey, look, a gun. What have we here? Could this perhaps be the murder weapon? If so, it would mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here. I think I've seen one of these before. Care to enlighten me as to where, and as to why it's on the top of the screen now? I guess it makes sense because you're so low on the screen, but Oh, I know. I was issued the exact same model, I think. Detective. I don't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. But now that I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I don't use mine much, except in emergencies. That's why I don't recognize it. I'm kind of base like that. I'm a cop with no gun, because I don't need it. Because I'm so big and buff and strong with my muscles. And I don't like shooting people, you see? So it's the same type of revolver as the ones used by this precinct's detectives. Do you have anything to report? Sir, yes, sir. Nothing out of the ordinary right now, sir. And yet there's something out of the ordinary right in front of my eyes. Talk about a contradiction. Something out of the ordinary, huh? I should look around a bit more. Hope we can solve this case quickly. I'd like to return to relaxing on this sofa. That thing looks a billion times softer than my mattress at home. Can I sit on it too? Just for a little while, sir? Detective Gumshoe, you know I can't allow that. Until this case is solved, neither of us has time to spare, let alone rest. You're right, sir. I'm gonna work hard and be a real trooper to the end. Even once this case is over, I don't think you can afford to take any time off. How's it coming along? Please, I need absolute silence. Fingerprint lifting is a delicate art. Oh, well, I never. Is this yet another batch of fresh flowers? The ones that come with a card attached every month like clockwork for you? Yup. Speaking of that, let's see what's on the card this month, sir. All will be resolved. Wendy. Oh, Miss Irony, how painful are thy thorns. Wendy, isn't that the name of that old lady with the whiny voice that stalked? That's enough, detective. You need not remind me further. Wendy Oldbag, eh? Well, it's a good thing my Steel Samurai doll was spared any harm. Speaking of which, I still haven't actually sat down and watched any of that show. What's it about again? Well, I don't know much about it myself, but the hero of the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Tokyo, is the Steel Samurai, and his goal is to defeat the evil magistrate. It's a show geared towards kids. However, its high production values and riveting plot draws in a number of adults as well. Spin-offs like Pink Princess, Warrior of Little Old Tokyo, and The Nickel Samurai, along with a deluge of merchandise and even a new stage show, gives it presence. You sure know a lot. Are you sure you're not some sort of rabid fanboy? Are you a fucking weeb, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you perhaps an otaku? Is the reason you go, like, for months out of the country to go see shows? Yeah, of course not. Anyone that keeps up with society knows at least this much. And that conversation lasted longer than expected. Let us return to the investigation. Oh, it's your trophy. The, Knight of Prosecutors, right? King of Prosecutors. And it's not a trophy, it's a shield. You only send this to the winning prosecutor, right? Yes, but I have no real interest in the perceived worth of other people. As for my own worth, that is something only I can determine for myself. That's so slick, sir! You're gonna have to try saying that sometime. Unfortunately for him, his monetary worth is tied directly to his worth to me. It's been a while since I've sat at this desk. Oh, how I've missed you. It's so tidy that it looks newer than when I first bought it. Oh, yeah! That thing's so polished that it makes mirrors jealous. Don't tell me you had no other work the entire time I was away, Detective. My job is to protect your office, sir. And you did such a good job protecting it that a murder occurred in it. That's harsh, sir. I have to admit the desk has never looked better, so I guess I can't dock his pay. Yay! Edgeworth gets to eat ramen another day. I mean, gumshoe. Jesus Christ. Watch out for the teacup fragments there, sir. That killer is going to pay. This tea set. Yikes! You're really mad over this. This tea set is very dear to my heart and can only be bought in England. It cost more than your whole month's paycheck. What? Now I feel like the killer's wasted one of my monthly paychecks! Your files are all over the floor, sir. They probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer. Oh, and I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. I mean, this just rendered all the time and effort I put in pointless! I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room. Well, I watered the flowers every day just like you requested, sir. I just added cleaning to the list as a weekend special. For about half a day every Saturday, I'd come in and clean this place until it sparkled. Does he have a life? Edgeworth, I think he's trying to tell you something. You are my life, sir. Ouch, they even knocked over your chess set. I had it all set up ready for when you got back. I figured we could play a few games. I had no idea you were interested in chess. I'm actually pretty good at checkers, so I thought I'd give chess a try. In that case, I suppose I can set some time aside after we solve this case. Though I don't expect the games to tax my mental acuity much. Alright. We finished photographing the body, so it should be alright to examine this area. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. What do we have here? I think I've seen one of these before. It's a police badge, Detective. Oh hey, I have the exact same thing, actually. What a coinkydink. Let's take a look inside. Mr. Buddy Faith. It would appear that our victim was a detective, just like you. I seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. Now to calmly use some logic and figure out if any of them are connected to each other. Let me investigate some more stuff, though. Let's see here. There's blood all over his lower abdominal area. Looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area, sir. In other words, he was shot. Yep, and until the autopsy's done, I don't think we'll know much more than that. Please have the body sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. Crime scene notes. Body found around 2:05 a.m. You gonna be okay with keeping track of the evidence we find, sir? Of course. This is the safest way I know to keep track of it all. All right, if you say so. My fucking noggin. I keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. When I want to re-examine a piece, I have but to press E to open my organizer. Like this. But the organizer endows me for evidence. I keep people's profiles on hand in it too. It's probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts often. I don't believe it. I packed those files on the shelf so tight. And not even an earthquake could make them fall off. But just look at them. At this rate, the rest of the files won't be able to withstand an earthquake at all. A problem, to be sure. Well, once the investigation is over, we'll put them back up on the shelf. Yeah, on account of the earthquakes that you're so scared of, Veggie. Sorry. Okay, that's it. That's it. Nothing else. Alright. We've got our information. Let's logic some shit out. First, let me present the badge to Gumshoe. An important tradition. The prosecutor's badge is really tiny compared to my police badge. Oh, but it's really cool, sir. Much, much cooler than my badge could ever be. There's no need to suck up to me. Thank you for the follow. Hi, Daisy. Hello. There's no need to suck up to me, detective. Oh, no, that was Edgeworth. What the fuck? What do you think of yourself? Oh, I can only present evidence? Okay. Let's go ahead and logic some shit out. The victim was a detective, and the gun was a detective's gun. Eureka! The revolver, the standard model used by detectives. Could it have belonged to our recently departed? Detective Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time? Yes, sir. On it now, sir. Excuse me, pal. Let's see. What do we got here? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. This guy's wearing a gun holster. So it appears that our killer somehow managed to take the victim's gun from him. Let's see what else we can find out about this revolver. As I always say, you've got to look really carefully at each piece of evidence. You can use the arrow keys to rotate an object. There's no such thing as a bad angle. Use Q and E to zoom in and out to get at the nitty-gritty. Whee! Whee! Yay! To think that it's so easy to take a life with just one pull of the trigger. You know, I can't ever see myself really liking guns. Oh, but I love the ones they use at track and field meets to start races. Starter pistols? Love them, sir. If you take off before it's fired, everybody always ends up following your lead. Chase you down for a false start, detective. Now that you mention it, even when I finish first, I always wind up in last place. The horse emblem is nothing? Alright. Looks like only one round was fired from this. Ah, so the killer killed the victim, Vic with just one shot after wresting the gun from him? Oh, but the gun was fired twice, wasn't it? Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? We have no proof for now, but that is a distinct possibility. I guess this is about all we're going to find out. We should send the body to Jim! Why, oh why? How could this have happened to a guy like you? Are you alright? Don't touch me! Leave me alone! Just let me be! Sorry, but I can't do that. The investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body. The body? The body? Don't talk about him like some lump of flesh! Look at him. Jim looks like he's just turned in for the night. Sure, just in a bloodstained suit, pal. Where are my manners? Aren't you that prosecutor? Why, yes, I am. I'm Jacques Portman, prosecutor. Jim here is my partner in crime busting. I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I am also a prosecutor. Detective Dick Gumshoe, sir. So you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office. Yes, that is correct. Then it was you! You're the one who killed Jim! Hey, don't go around jumping to conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay? I will not! I know how things work around here. High prosecutor's office doors all have locks built into them. And only the owner of the office has the key to his or her own office door. That is correct. However, I was not the one who killed your partner. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? So the only one who could get in here was me. Oh, wait. That means... I'm not sure what that means. So it was you then! You're Jim's killer! No way, pal, you got it all wrong. Shut the fuck up. Huh? Mr. Portsman, correct? If you are a real prosecutor, you should know to stay collected. The investigation has only just begun. Isn't it too early to be drawing conclusions? Alright, I get the point. You're right, my mistake. I tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. You sure are one cool customer, though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. You're something of a legend, you know? Anyway, let's call a truce and work together, okay? And how about a handshake to seal the deal? Pleasure to work with you. You guys were conducting your investigation, right? I'm sorry for barging in like that. Carry on, then. It's your room, after all. Thank you. I intend to. I just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there. Sir. Oh! I want you to capture this scene on film for me. My final farewell to my partner, Jim. I should probably give them some space. Your jacket, sir! What's it doing on the floor? It must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing a round. So the killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well? They dared to shoot the ultra-special jacket that you made your prosecutorial debut in? What if they'd shot through it? It would have been a disaster! It's not worth getting worked up over, Detective. Not when there's something more here. Huh? Like what? I take it you haven't noticed it yet, Detective. There is a giant contradiction right here in front of us. Really? I say contradiction. He must be rubbing off on me. I'm starting to sound like him. That man! That man! Ugh. But I have my own methods, and I will conduct this investigation my way. When the scene before me contradicts a piece of evidence or seems off, that's when my deductive skills come into play. I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. This is it. The bullet hole is where the contradiction lies. Press T with conviction. Deduce. This is how I do things. Eureka! Eureka! This bullet hole is the contradiction. What do you mean, sir? It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. The first felled the victim, and the second felled this frame. Hey, that's right! However, this gun was only fired once. That's true too, which means that one of these 2 bullets was fired from a different gun. Did the killer have another gun prepared for tonight? By the way, I noticed something, sir. Yes? What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame? Ah, that. It's a secret safe. A secret safe? Oh, I smell money! I'll spare us the trouble and just say it. Nothing like what you're imagining is inside. Now, if you could kindly move this frame out of the way. Roger that. What? Talk about dusty. I suppose that's what happens when I'm not here to dust it once in a while. I had no idea there was a safe here. I'd have kept it clean for you, sir. When did you put this thing in? It wasn't something I had installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one. Really? I had no idea. Well, only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence. So what's inside, Mr. Edgeworth? Right now, nothing. We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial is in session. That's it? Talk about squashing my hopes and dreams. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I never knew there was a safe hidden back here. Well, if detectives knew about them, then they wouldn't be secret, dumbass. Any other secret hidden things in this room? Even if there were, it would defeat the purpose of them being hidden if I fucking told you. Don't bother looking for them. The number pad is clean. It is clean, and it does look specifically wiped down. So there's no, like, hidden camera around, right? And what if there was? Ah! No, it's nothing. Forget I said anything. Do I even want to ask what he's been doing in my office while I've been away? Now this is odd. You found something, sir? This keypad. Don't you find it to be a bit too clean? Yeah, there's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not on the keypad itself. You there, forensic scientist. Yes, sir. Could you please dust this area for fingerprints? You got it, sir. Couldn't find, let alone lift, a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well. Interesting. Each prosecutor has one, only they know of them. Prints were wiped. As I thought. It appears that logic is the only way around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly connect the dots with the information we have. Alright, time to think. Come on, Gumshoe. Let's put our heads together. 2 heads are better than 1, right? Okay. Was the killer after the locker? Yes, probably. I believe I figured out what the murderer was after. Well, what is it, sir? The fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests that the criminal had at least attempted to open my safe. What if the second gun is in the safe? Well, they would need the code in order to put the gun there. Making the culprit's motive for breaking and entering theft, I believe. I wonder if knowing that the motive behind this break-in was theft changes what the other piece of information can tell me about this crime. Was, Buddy Faith, Detective Faith, trying to stop the theft? Yes. There is a possibility that the files splayed on the floor are not the result of a struggle between the victim and his killer. Oh! You mean like it could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir? Precisely. We need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen. Yes, sir! I'm gonna shelve files like you've never seen before, even at a library! Sure, let's give that a try. Why do all the good ones always die young? Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how much we lament, the dead will not come back to life. All we can do is search for the truth. And, so what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding the truth? First, we calmly restore the files to their rightful place. You got it! Here, let me help! This file goes here, and that book goes there. You sure know a lot about where things go, despite it being Mr. Edgeworth's office. Are you two, you know... Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal! Okay, done! It appears that the murder was definitely committed here. The bloodstains on the bookshelf are still fresh. I suspect that the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the prints on the shelf. Then the guy fell onto the floor, right? The blood on the floor is kind of grossing me out. Detective, I don't have the time to deal with your weak stomach right now. But you know I'm no good with blood, sir. I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture. 1A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. A, B, C, O, A, B, C, O, A, B, G, D, O, E. But there's other ones here, like O, J. What's wrong with this picture? The victim's handprints. He must have tried to support himself with his hands here after being shot. There are prints on the floor, too. Those must have been made when, unable to stay standing, he dropped to the floor. Put them all back just as they should be. Doesn't look like anything's missing. Although, it does look like the killer moved the body to flip through my shelves. I wonder if they found what they were looking for, or... So this is where the bullet lodged itself after it went through the victim, huh? For the bullet to be lodged so squarely in a file spine indicates that the files were ransacked after the shooting had occurred. I guess the victim was moved because he was in the killer's way. Yes, most likely. It appears the victim was in a sitting position here after being shot. Oh, so that's why the seat of the victim's pants has blood on it. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. Killer moved the body because it was leaning against the bookshelf. The blood on this guy's pants proves that pretty well. Oops. In a sense, I suppose. See, I'm not completely useless, Mr. Edgeworth. So true. I can't look that far away. Is there anything else that I should be looking at? I don't think so. Yep, nope. Alright. Don't have enough pieces of logic. Is there a contradiction here? What evidence do I have? Mr. Portsman, a word if I may. Oh, Jim, your laugh, your smile, I'll never be able to joke around with you again. But don't you worry, Jim, I'll joke around enough for the both of us. You'll see. He's not listening at all. Mr. Portsman is off in his own little world, it seems. You called, sir? Any keen insights, Detective? Well, I noticed that you haven't found anything odd about the crime scene yet. That's unlike you, sir. If you spot something that seems off, you should check it out. All you have to do is line up the cursor with where you see contradiction. And press D. After that, you still gotta back up your hunch. It's a piece of evidence that does the job and present it with T, sir. That easy. I haven't seen anything, but hey, that's what you're here for, Mr. Edgeworth. To find them all in a jiffy. Beaming with overconfidence as he none too subtly cries for assistance. Okay. There's something wrong with this picture. Well, sure, but what do I... it was shot through his abdomen, right? This bullet hole is way too low. Eureka! There's clearly a contradiction here with this bullet hole. What do you mean, sir? You don't see? Quite simply, the bullet hole itself is too low. If the victim was shot in the stomach, the hole should be much higher up. But what if the guy was shot while he was sitting or lying down, sir? That would be illogical. The victim leaned against this shelf here after being shot, which suggests he was standing when he was shot. That means... what does that mean? It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, Detective. In any case, it means someone made a faulty assumption, and it was from this mistake that our current contradiction was born. What was the faulty assumption that caused the problem with the bullet hole's position? The order of the files. I believe the order of the files is a bit off. You mean I put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey, actually, I think the labels on the files are wrong, sir. Oh? Yeah, you see here how the files that were shot begin with the number O? What are those doing all the way down there after 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird. Actually, the way they are organized now is the correct order. They are exactly as I see them in my mind's eye. But the numbers are all out of order. Those white binders are special, so they are arranged a little differently. From this, we know that the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. Aha, so that's it! I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you just did, Detective. Let's rearrange the file in numerical order and see what we find out. You think it'd be okay to prop the body back up to how it was before it moved? They finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. If you please, Detective Gumshoe. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it logically should be. The killer went through my files first, before shooting Mr. Faith. And then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. And then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. Exactly, and then proceeded to shoot the victim. But why would someone kill a man and then look through your files one more time? Puzzling indeed. The files were thrown into disarray twice, once before and once after the crime. But why? Now the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder. Time to give it another look. This! What is that? Why does it say gumshoe on there in blood? I'd say that's some incredibly incriminating evidence. Yes, indicative of criminal activity indeed. No, wait, there's gotta be some mistake! Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, say something, sir! It appears that one of my files was stolen. Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation? Is this what the killer was really after? 0H? Alright, we've investigated, baby. Ah, it's been so long. I'm so happy. It looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. No. This most important message managed to reach us. I'm telling you, it wasn't me! You can't be terribly pleased to hear that your beloved partner is the guilty party. If you're going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up. Jim's words, they're more than enough, wouldn't you say? If that's how you want to play it, then at least allow me to understand your reasoning. You got it! I don't like this one bit. There's something strange about this man's attitude. And there must be some sort of flaw to his logic waiting for me to dig out. Yeah, get him! Mr. Edgeworth, what are you gonna do? What I always do in court. I'm going to cross-examine him. One way or another, I'll expose the flaw in his logic with this technique. Ooh, how do you do that? Can you explain it to me, sir? Maybe some other time. I know how to fucking do this. Mr. Portsman, if you are ready. Oh, if you don't have time, you could just say so, sir. Aw, poor Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Furthermore, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. Thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. And it will be by his final words that you will be brought to justice. You intend to argue that the victim's dying message points to his killer? I can hear Jim's voice and he's calling for his killer's arrest! Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portsman? There's no way Detective Gumshoe is the culprit here. I will find the flaw in this man's logic, and expose it with credible evidence. Alright. Here we go. This is peak Ace Attorney. We press, and then we present, if necessary.
Hold it!
Hold it! You know, there's something I've been meaning to ask. What is it? Why do you call the victim Jim, when clearly his name is Buddy Faith? Isn't it obvious? Jim is the perfect name for my companion. Jacques and Jim. Don't those two names go together like peanut butter and jelly? But Jim isn't even close to the guy's real name. Well, Jack and Buddy just sounds off somehow. Besides, he was the third of a bunch of guys I decided to nickname Jim. What the He talked about the victim like he was his pet. You messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead.
Hold it!
Do you really think it was necessary to dishevel my shelves twice to do that? That's true. Okay, then maybe his real intent was theft. Hey, are you accusing me of stealing something from Mr. Edgeworth? It's a possibility. Maybe your salary's been cut so much that life is getting a little too rough to handle? I'll have you know that I eat 3 square meals every day, pal! Okay, so all 3 of them happen to be instant noodles, but, poor thing. What an evil prosecutor you were paired up with. And what a motive, no? You moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf.
Hold it!
No. And why would Detective Gumshoe do such a thing? Because the body was getting in his way. He had to mess up your bookshelf somehow, right? Anyway. Thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters that his body was hiding.
Hold it!
Why do you think that the killer didn't notice the bloody letters? The body was covering it quite well, wouldn't you say? That's how he missed it. But judging by what I've seen, it doesn't take much for your detective to miss something. Who do you think you are? You know nothing about me, pal. There's a lot a person can understand about another from first impressions alone. I can't say I disagree with him on that point, but also I think I hate him. Why did you say something, sir? Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Despite his lack of attention to detail, I don't believe the detective to be the culprit. Nobody could have overlooked the bloody letters, and I can prove it with evidence. I couldn't ask for a better setup. For the game-finishing spike!
Hold it!
Are you saying that those letters were intended for you? Yep, Jim was an outstanding detective. I would expect no less from my former partner. Looks like Mr. Portsman still doesn't understand. He has yet to figure out the true meaning behind the bloody letters. What are you sputtering over there? Can't you just admit my logic is perfectly sound? Actually, there's a gigantic flaw in his logic. A gap so wide that even the good detective can spot it. Now to clue Mr. Portsman in representing him with some evidence. What is it? What do I need to present here? And which one do I need to present it in front of? Ay. Right, the killer, whoever it was, had to stole the file with the bloody writing on it. Okay. Objection! Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsman, but there is a serious flaw in your logic. Heh, bringing a bit of the courtroom into this, I see. No problem, I'm game. I can't help but find it odd. Excuse me? Odd that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by the power of his own office. What are you talking about? Oh, you're joking, I get it. If you have the time to laugh, then you have the time to take another closer look at this. Do you still not see? If not, may I direct your attention to the missing file? What? That's impossible! What's impossible, Mr. Portsman? Nothing. The files on the shelf are all about a certain case. When the killer went to take the file after murdering your partner, I highly doubt they could have missed the bloody letters written on the spine.
Objection!
Objection! It's possible that they could have taken the file before committing the murder. I think it's pretty fucking obvious the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letters in the detective's name where the file should be is proof. Yeah, I mean, the S is gone and there's only half an H. If Detective Gumshoe really was the culprit of this case, I highly doubt that even he could overlook his own name written in blood on the files. Especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood. Love the HD sprite. Which means, what exactly? What does that make this dying message? It makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with the crime scene. That's so low! I can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir! I'm gonna get him, sir! You'll see! I'm gonna have them under arrest in no time! Well, Mr. Portsman? Brilliant! Absolutely splendid! A logic deserving of Olympic gold! I appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. You win some and you lose some. That's how life goes. Glad everyone's so cheery, even though I feel more dead than alive. But you know, it really is a shame. I really didn't want to have to bring this up. However... What is it this time? You still after me, pal? Remember me for a second. Who has the key to this office? That would be me. But Mr. Edgewood just proved that I'm innocent, pal. That's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence. Why do I sense that you still have something to say? Well, I was thinking, did you know there is one other person with a key to this office? One other person. Hey, you there. Yes, sir. What is it, sir? Would you kindly fetch and escort that lovely young lady here for me? A lady? I would never invite a woman to my office. I'm so gay. The girl is a member of this building's security. Think of her as a material witness. Security? Did you say security? No, stop it, pal! Don't! What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Oh. I believe she needs no introduction. I have called upon Miss Maggie Bird, a member of security. Detective Gumshoe, sir. Maggie! Hi, Maggie! Hi, Maggie! Hi, Maggie! I was talking with a friend about Ace Attorney, and we were like, hey, you know what? Gumshoe and Maggie Bird are such a, like, T for T couple. You know what I mean? Like, they give off such a vibe in their relationship. Maggie! Miss Bird is the security guard on watch tonight. I see. And your point is? My point is that she could very well have used it. And by it, I mean the master key, which can open all the office doors in this building. What?! If you are not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe, then the only other person with access to this room is Miss Bird. How dare you! I would never sneak into someone's room! That's right, I refuse to believe that Maggie's the culprit, pal! It was me! That's right, I did it! Can we take that as a confession, Detective? Well, it wasn't really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal! So yeah, it was me. If it was, you'd have no problems with that, right? Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics. Listen to your boss, Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. That girl is the only one who could have committed this crime. And for one simple reason. It's pretty obvious Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. I mean, Detective Gumshoe wasn't the one who opened the door. That leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message. So you're saying she used the master key. Incredibly incriminating evidence, wouldn't you say? That's what you claimed about the evidence earlier as well. That was then, this is now. The flow of a good match always changes during a rally. It's all about your reflexes and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. I wonder if there was anyone else other than Miss Bird who could have used the master key. It seems the only way to get Mr. Portsman to give me more details is to press him. All right, let's do it. Give me those deets. Gimme.
Hold it!
Oh, gimme. You're sure Miss Bird is the only member of security who could have used the master key? There's only one person on staff at this time of night, and tonight, she's it. Isn't that right, Miss Bird? That's, true, but I wasn't able to use the master key at the time of the crime, sir. Wasn't able to? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, moving on. I did get sidetracked by something unrelated. What do you mean, unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say, pal. But you can't really trust her not to tell lies. Plus, I hate wasting time. Should I hear Miss Bird out? I hate when there's a question like that because obviously, I too am interested in hearing what Miss Bird has to say. Didn't I just say it'd be a waste of time? We don't need to hear her lies. I'll be the judge of that. Miss Bird, if you please. I discovered that the master key was missing at around 1 a.m., sir. What do you mean by missing? As in, it wasn't anywhere in the security booth, sur. The killer must have stolen it. Mr. Portsman, I believe this to be an important piece of testimony, don't you? I can't believe that someone like you would be taken in by such words. I'm not lying, sir!
Objection!
If that's the case, then I'd like to know why you have the master key now? I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden, sir. A likely story. Where's your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where you put it and then found it again. I never lose things. I can practically guarantee that. With me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone stole it. Yeah, pal, trust me, you don't want to test just how bad our luck is. Unfortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive. Glad you agree, Mr. Edgeworth. But... You still haven't established Maggie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office. Motive? Didn't we already establish that it was theft? I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried the safe. It is as Mr. Portsman says, Detective. I can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. But I'm done taking blows. It's time to counteract with a few facts of my own.
Hold it!
The culprit's motive appears to have been theft. However, let's hear that the great Miles Edgeworth is in agreement with little old me. However, with regards to the investigation of the bookshelves in the safe, hey, good thinking asking for my opinion on the matter. Would it be too much to ask, too much for you to allow me to complete a full fucking sentence?
Hold it!
That Gumshoe was innocent. Just a theory, one hypothesis among the many possibilities. I mean, I had my doubts about Miss Bird from the very beginning. If that's the case, then why didn't you mention her first? Now, don't make that face. See, there goes the truth running the other way. Let's pick up the pace and see if we can't catch up to it. I don't think you're catching my drift. But we are in agreement that the detective isn't the killer, right? If so, then I hope you'll understand when I say... that since she's the only one who could have opened your office door... that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect.
Hold it!
Don't you think it's a bit early to be jumping to conclusions? Saying there's another way to open the door other than with the master key? Oh, I get it. Perhaps you had a spare made for someone else? I'll have you know, I have never made a spare, so what are you insinuating? Nothing. Guess I should have known better than to suggest that someone like you would. She knows you're a good detective, doesn't she?
Hold it!
Is there anyone in this district who hasn't at least heard of Detective Gumshoe? Good point. He's practically a celebrity among us prosecutors. Really? I never knew I was so talked about. We're holding our collective breath, you know. Or when you screw up so badly that you're literally chased off the force. Wait, what? Is that true, Mr. Edgeworth? Of course not. That's hogwash. Don't scare me like that. I almost had a heart attack there.
Hold it!
By dying message, you mean the bloody letters that spell out Gumshoe? I figured that whoever wrote his name must have wanted to frame him, and just the act of choosing his name is proof enough that the two knew each other well. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and present some evidence! I would love to, but first we should listen a bit more and digest what he's saying, and press him for more information. And in this case, the information is the safe that only prosecutors know about. Objection! Do you wish to continue insisting Miss Bird was set on stealing something? Why not? It's the truth, after all. It was also by your logic that we came to the whole thievery conclusion anyway. That may be, but you must also be aware of the fact that the safe is a secret safe, the existence of which is only privy to prosecutors. I find it a little hard to believe that a hidden safe was a part of her cunning plan. But she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down. I highly doubt that. I'd say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for. After all, only the bookshelf and the safe were targeted. Yeah, even I didn't know about that safe, pal. And that means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either. Then are you proposing that the killer is a prosecutor? Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable. What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now? Curses, why? What made you... What's with the angry face all of a sudden? It's all my fault. What do you mean? It's Jim. He knew about the existence of secret safes. What did you just say? We were partners, like inseparable conjoined twins. That's why I told him. I filled him in on the secret safes. Then that means... Yeah, I know. I had only just told him, too. Obviously, it was wrong of me to tell him. I still can't quite believe it, but the thief who broke into your room was probably Jim. Now he's claiming that the victim was the thief. And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you? Miss Maggie Bird? Excuse me? I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. But killing is going a bit too far, even in your risky profession. What the? You're still accusing Maggie of the murder? Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim, who had probably drawn his gun. I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it? No, I couldn't. I could never do something like that. Not even as a security guard, sir. Plus, even if he was the thief, he wouldn't have a key to this office. Which is precisely why he had to steal it, wouldn't you say? It was Jim who stole the master key. Ah! Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here with us, unless you retrieved it from Jim after you killed him. Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief? I don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense. I see no honor. Now then, I think we're done here. The investigation waits for no man. Would you people be so kind as to see yourselves out? You can't kick us out. This is Mr. Edgeworth's office. But I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. You're all suspects to varying degrees, and therefore ineligible to run this show. Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit. Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself. But, sir... You have no choice but to accommodate his request. For now. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Now then, if you could remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful. Mark my words, Mr. Portsman. We will meet again. That's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Now don't you disappoint me, you hear? Biting this case, eating it up. Delicious. Fantastic. I will save my progress. Thank you very much. Yes! Basketball! Hi, Maggie. What is with that prosecutor? I can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable. Please maintain your professionalism, detective. Oh shit, there's the file. I'm gonna find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's innocence. You'll see, sir. Well, you've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir. True. So then what now? Looks like my life's fallen into yet another gigantic ditch. Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. There are many other places and things we should be looking into anyway. Eh? Really, sir? For example, this hallway. The linchpin of his argument against Miss Bird is related to the master key. In that case, this hallway is the perfect place to look for more information regarding the mystery surrounding my door. Alright, let's get this sorted. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. It's... isn't this that missing O series file, sir? No doubt about it. The bloody letters mark it clear as day. There seem to be a few pages missing. Our thief took only what was necessary and left the rest behind. So what are these O files about, sir? I guess they've got something worth stealing in them, huh? Not particularly. It's just a collection of court case files. However, the cases within these files are not mine. Huh? They belong to the High Prosecutor that used to occupy my current office. I have my reasons, but let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were. Who was the previous high prosecutor before Edgeworth? Was it Damon Gant? Was he he was the chief prosecutor, right? He was the head of the prosecutor's office? Or, no, was Lana Skye occupying the office? I forget. That means the thief must also wanted the file for a specific reason, right? It would seem so. Only the pages related to that case from 10 years ago are missing. I wonder why anyone would care about such an old case. A well-crafted, high-quality sofa for visitors. The stitching is excellent. Talk about a luxury waiting area. These babies are also great for napping, you know? You would sleep even out here, detective? In a hallway? Whenever I do, I always wind up dreaming about giving testimony up on the stand. But it always ends the same way. Me getting trounced by a lawyer. Isn't that awful? Maybe I should give it a try sometime. To envision myself winning, naturally. Is there still more here? No. I bet the thieves? Not under here. I guess there isn't enough space for anyone to hide under here anyway. I mean, if someone could contort themselves to fit, I'd be really impressed. Sounds to me like somebody has already tried at least once before. Okay, cool. We just had to check under the... There we go. There's the check mark. Alright. Oh! Oh, you motherfucker! It looks like you're in quite the pinch, Mr. Edgeworth. To be sure, a murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. We must find, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly post-haste. Sounds like a messy case you've got on your hands. If you ever feel lost or need some advice, my door is always open. How gracious. I will keep your offer in mind. Who is this guy again? It's Winston Payne! Come on, Edgy! Is everything alright? Yes, sir. If you must know, I weighed myself this morning and I'm finally at 154 pounds. Congratulations, but I was asking about this hallway in this room. Oh, everything's okay, sir. Word of advice, stay focused or you may start to lose even more weight. Basketball? What is a basketball doing here? That's Mr. Portsman's prized possession, sir. I heard he also plays soccer, dodgeball, and even tennis. Not a single one of those sports is suitable to be played in a fucking hallway. What is a basketball hoop doing here? Didn't this used to just be outside the next building a long time ago? Didn't this used to be just outside next to the building a long time ago? So when and why was it moved indoors? I don't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it up here recently. Drag it? I heard that it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it himself. All the way up to the 12th floor? It's office. 1203. Hey, Maggie, whose room is this again? It's Mr. Portsman, sir. So he's my new neighbor, I see. I suppose he moved in while I was away overseas. I don't see any signs of forced entry. And according to the guard, no signs that the lock was picked either, sir. Meaning the door really was opened with a key. Did you happen to ask if any prints were lifted from the doorknob? Apparently the doorknob's clean as a whistle. Wiped, they think. Whoever this thief is, they did a good job of not leaving any clues behind. 1202. These 4 numbers on a number plate alone proclaim this to be my office. Whoops! Hey, these number plates slide right out, sir. They have to be able to take the plate off when a room becomes vacant, you know. Although, the idea that it can be so easily removed is kind of... minimalist yet classy door made of top-quality wood. It's sturdily made, making it near impossible to break in by force. It's almost majestic, sir. I wish I could be as stately as this door. Only Gumshoe would praise a door as something greater than himself. Well, yeah, it's a solid door. I don't know what you're talking about, Edgeworth. Being a detective has its own rewards, and a certain virtuous value, I think. If you live up to your full potential, that's a poignant trait that anyone can admire. I see. So you're saying, sir, that me being me is the best thing I can do for everyone? Right. That long pause wasn't exactly reassuring, sir. Okay, nothing else here, right? Yeah, okay. Hey, Maggie. I was wondering if I may speak with you for a bit concerning the case. I've always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this is like a dream. A dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth. No, that's right, because you weren't, because... Right. Okay. Maggie shows up for case 1 of Ace Attorney 3, where the prosecutor is Winston Payne again. Not even Godot, but Winston Payne. So, yeah. Ooh. Ah, my bones. Okay. I can't let this chance pass me by. I must remember to ask her about the master key. I should jog her memory by showing my notes to her with tea. Here's my prosecutor's badge. That's a prosecutor's badge, isn't it? It proves that you're really a prosecutor. Despite all appearances, she seems to know more than Gumshoe. With that badge, even I could be a professional prosecutor. Sir, may I please try that on, just for a little bit? I don't think that would be a very good idea, do you? I guess not. Second thought, they're actually on the same level. They're perfect for each other. So when did you discover the master key was missing? By the time I realized it, I think it was around 1 a.m., sir. And I noticed it was back at around 2:30 a.m. It was just sitting there on the ledge where the security room's reception window is. But I'm sure that between those 2 times, it was not just gone, but stolen, sir! Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place? It's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room away from the window. Always, you say? Except for this time, correct? Well, I admit I was a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. It was after I'd used it that I left it sitting out on the ledge. She used the master key? Tell me more about that. Well, tell me more of the victim. Have you ever met the victim before? Well, I've seen him a couple of times. Before, when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Mr. Faith was always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir. That sounds like fun. Just once I'd love to play with them. It sounds fun, but the only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. All Mr. Faith ever did was pass him the ball, sir. On second thought, I don't think I'd have fit in all that well with them. You used the master key? What do you mean by you used the master key? I had to use it to open the door for this prosecutor who had forgotten his key. I mean, it's my job as a security guard, right? What is it? That's right, I just remembered. The prosecutor who forgot his key... It was Mr. Portsman, sir! What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird, quickly. It was around 12 a.m. Mr. Portsman had forgotten his office key, so he came down to security, sir. And that's when you loaned the master key to him? No way, it's against regulations to loan the master key out to anyone. I walked with Mr. Portsman to his office and opened the door for him personally, sir. I see. And then, what happened after that? Well, he called for me to come close up his office as he was leaving to go home. That was around 1:30 a.m., I think. So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight. Except the nameplates on the doors. All you need to do to convince Maggie that this is your office is to switch the nameplates around and put the basketball hoop up in front. Talk about suspicious! I doubt you can say that you've never left your keys at home, Detective. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portsman's door. And as for you, Maggie? Miss Maggie Bird, correct? I take it that you're an acquaintance of the detective? She was under my supervision back when she was still on the force, sir. One day she got caught up in a murder, and things started going downhill, so she quit. But I owe a lot to Detective Gumshoe for introducing me to my current employer. Or so I thought until a few hours ago. Right before I was about to clock out for the night. You got caught up in this whirlwind of a case, correct? Don't worry, my whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, And now I even managed to be named a criminal just when I've become a security guard. You've been named a criminal twice, remember? That's a lot to go through in one lifetime. I know, and just when I thought I had finally found my happiness, I wind up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck. You don't need to worry about me, Miss Bird, nor do you need to worry about yourself. I will solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask in return is for your cooperation. Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth. You can count on me. I'll do all I can to help. All right. From Tilvo 3, this is Mr. Portsman's office. Can't mistake it because of that basketball hoop, sir. That reminds me, Mr. Portsman had actually wanted room 1202 really badly. But since you were already occupying me, Mr. Edgeworth, we put him next door, sir. So why was Mr. Portsman so particular about getting room 1202? I'm not sure, but I bet it's because of something like his birthday's December 2nd? Yep, that's gotta be it. I can't think of another reason why. I can think of at least 3. Why am I even wasting time thinking about this? The door is locked tight. But your credit card trick wouldn't work here, Mr. Edgeworth. This is the office of a high prosecutor detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them. Aha, so I guess only a great cat burglar could get in. That must be who our culprit is. It's K. Faraday! The Yatagarasu! Gumshoe, stop, you can't pull that shit this early. I advise you return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you brought it from. Alright, the door. Minimalist yet classy door made of top quality wood. Kind of majestic too, fits in really well with the absence of ambiance of prosecutors' offices. Even Mr. Portsman seems dignified just because he works behind one of these. Nonsense. Oh wait, that was Gumshoe. Nonsense. A man does become more or less dignified because of where he works. Well, it still seems more dignified than Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne? I suppose custodial work can also be dignified. And the basketball hoop. Mr. Portsman's personal basketball hoop. Can't believe he put something like that in this hallway of the prosecutor's office. But you know, it's actually pretty useful, sir. I haven't gotten lost trying to get to your office since it's been here. How long have I had the same office and yet still managed to get lost? That's everything, right? Nameplate, hoop, okay. Basketball, Maggie, my door. Nothing else? Alright. Then let's do this shit, Gumshoe. Let's do this as a trio. Trio of thinkers. Logic, baby! I mean, there's 2 things about the key, right? You gotta think, right? Miss Bird, I'm afraid that there's a flaw in your story. What? No way, pal. I mean, sir. You said that you locked up Mr. Portsman's office at around 1:30 a.m., correct? However, the master key had already been stolen at that time. Wow, nothing gets by you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw that contradiction like a pro. I had totally forgotten all about that, but thanks to you, I remember it now. You're right, it was around that very time that I realized the master key was missing. And? Well, I'm a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit to losing the master key, could I? So I pretended to lock up his room, sir. You pretended? Yeah, I used my house key and made it look like I was locking up, sir. So in actuality, you never did relock the door, then? Well, I thought that maybe I could go lock it after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly. Oh! Except... the door is still currently fucking locked.
Eureka!
Eureka! If what Miss Bird has said is true, then why is this door locked tight? Huh? You know, you're right! Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door? I'm certain of it, sir. And I don't think Mr. Portsman noticed himself that I hadn't. Which means what, sir? It either means that he actually does have the key to his office, Or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one. She opened a different door? But how can you prove that? There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is, we need to examine these prints on the number plate. Shit. Damn it, I was too far ahead. We know for sure the Detective Gumshoe dinner will only consist of instant noodles. Wow, that was amazing, sir. How'd you know? Is that supposed to be a joke to cheer me up, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. Back to being a smart guy. Prints on the master key, prints on the doorknob. Because Maggie's prints should have been on one of them. Hey, you, pal. Do us a favor and see what you can lift from this, okay? What'd you find out? No need for such belligerent nostril flaring, Detective. Sir, I have found only Mr. Portsman and Mr. Fate's prints on this doorknob. So only 2 people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive. Huh? I'm lost, sir. Thinking logically, a certain other person's print should be on this knob as well. Maggie Bird.
Take that!
Don't you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked this door are absent? Miss Bird didn't open this door. It had to be a different one. What have we here? Huh? What's this? What are you looking at, sir? Oh, hey, how about a game? That's okay, Detective. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off. You're right, sir. Guess it shifted when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk! It's unnatural. I better take note of this. What's this? Looks like a scrap of paper. I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Something written on it. I brought the 3 pieces of evidence by, just like we talked about on the phone, but it looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch up to you later, buddy. It's for Mr. Portsman. So, Portsman never went into his office. Cool, I'm glad my health restored. Poking around this hallway's actually paid off quite handsomely. Huh? How so, sir? In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat. With the real culprit of this case. You know who the killer is? Wow, Mr. Edgeworth? As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsman. What? Mr. Portsman? I knew it! That's exactly what my logic senses were telling me, too! I suspected it was him from the instant he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir. But it's anything but logical. Lady and gentleman, prepare yourselves. Come what may, it's time to knock on truth's door. Knock, knock. Open up the door, it's me. It's time to arrest you for murder. Miss Portsman, I finished processing the bloody letter, sir. Alright, let me take a gander at it. Pass it here. Yeah! Sick shit. Okay, looking good. You there, take good care of this. Whoop! Ow. Oh, if it isn't Detective Gumshoe. End of the line for you, Portsman. We got you now. Call off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is it some kind of joke? It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jacques Portman, that you are the guilty party in this case. Huh? You must be pretty upset getting chased out of your own room. And I'd be mad too, so I guess you can stay, if you promise to stay out of our way. You intend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job? Huh. I can see right through the unsightly paper-thin mask you wear upon your cowl. Who'd have ever thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? Oh, you bring up him? I hate that piece of shit! The legendary prosecutor who never lost a single case for 40 long years. There is always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. Really teaches me that I've got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know? Are you done trying to play mind games with me? Because they won't work. The only thing you should be using that mouth of yours for now is explaining yourself. Although that too will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up. And my game is just getting started! Edgeworth, baby! Well, aren't we full of ourselves? Even though you've yet to prove anything. Yeah, that was kind of Edgeworth's voice. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here. Aw, you bastard. Sorry, but we are not finished yet. Boy, you're stubborn. I suppose you're basing your accusations on something? I'll show you what I'm basing my accusations on. With evidence! This gun! Ha! I should press everything.
Hold it!
My accusation is a harebrained idea, is it? You tell me. I'd say it is, after all.
Hold it!
A mountain of evidence that points away? What, pray tell, kind of evidence are we talking about here? Jim was my partner, so you can't say I had a motive for killing him. And that's it? That's not even an anthill, let alone a mountain. But it's more than enough, wouldn't you agree? Might I recommend that you review what the word evidence means? It doesn't change the fact that the evidence doesn't point to me as the killer.
Hold it!
I don't think so. Oh? Why's that? Because there's a flaw in your reasoning. Are you calling me a liar? So, where's your proof? Saying evidence is everything isn't limited to just a courtroom, you know. You need not remind me. I'll show you all the evidence you want in time.
Hold it!
I believe I've already shown how earlier. Speculation means nothing, as I still insist that I could not gain access to your room. Raise an objection. You claim to have had no way to open my door. However, is that really the honest truth? Alright, I'll humor you. Go ahead, shoot. I propose that you use this to open my door. Well, the master key.
Take that!
I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key, no less.
Objection!
Objection! Wait, hold on for a sec. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know. Precisely. You were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did, but, only to direct. That's right, you used your finger to direct this person to open my door with the key.
Take that!
You had asked Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes? Yeah, I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know. But the room you had Miss Bird open at that time was not your own, was it? What? You have quite the imagination. But why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we? I'm certain that it was Mr. Portsman's door, sir. I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir. See, Miss Bird backs up my story. Yet, what if you had misled her to fool her into thinking what you wanted? Ha! And how do you suppose I did that? By switching the number plates on our doors, for example. That's right! They do slide out pretty easily. Furthermore, you then used one other thing to give a very strong impression. That the door she was opening was yours and not, in fact, mine. What was it Mr. Portsman used to make Miss Bird think that it was his room? It was the fucking bayball hoop.
Take that!
He was fucking gaming. What? The basketball hoop, sir? It's quite a peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building. Which is why it left an unusually strong impression on you. It's an object perfectly suited to just sit outside the office of a peculiar prosecutor. That's very true, sir. Because there was a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door I was opening had to be Mr. Portsmouth's. There are signs that the hoop had been moved. To sit in front of my office, to be sure. I see. So that's how you throw suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture is a little off the racetrack. Yeah? Conjecture's rebuttal. I just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. I have like 5, man. I'm as pure and innocent as my jacket. And Miss Bird is as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears. My jacket's not dirty, I'll have you know. I just washed it yesterday. Please calm down, for I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here. Don't worry about it, girlie. I got you. Nonsense? Eat shit. Nonsense, you say? Yes, because I'm telling the truth here. I had the girl open my office door.
Hold it!
Using the master key, of course. Sure, you have a problem with that? That is what the master key is for, right? Perhaps we should place it in an elaborate labyrinth of some sort of for some sort of people. Perhaps we should place it in an elaborate labyrinth of some sort for people like you.
Hold it!
And what were you doing in your office? I was doing my usual training regimen. Training regimen? Were you going through your law books from start to finish? Mainly batting practice and some weights. Oh, and I jog when I get the chance. Wow, you must be the buffest prosecutor we have. With the weakest legal muscles, it would seem. I was doing my usual workout, so... You don't have a single reason to suspect me.
Hold it!
Like... I think I've given you quite a few reasons, actually.
Objection!
But none of those would stand up on their own.
Objection!
Then what about all the evidence?
Objection!
It's all circumstantial. No judge would convict on such flimsy evidence. He's trembling a little. Which is that there were no prints on
Objection!
the doorknob, so. I had your door dusted for prints. My door? What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure are good at wasting time. You're right, I didn't find anything. And definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints. Her prints? What do they have to do with anything? Let's put it this way. If she really was the one who opened your door, then her prints should naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Further, all the prints on my office door's knob have been wiped clean off. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it.
Objection!
But it doesn't change the fact that I was in my room the entire time. Is that really a fact, or is it fiction? Hey, would I lie to you? I have here proof that you were not in your room the entire time as you claimed. The note.
Take that!
This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsmouth. A note? It was left under your door, or did you not notice? And right here it says, "But you're out." You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. So then, where were you and what were you doing? Ah! Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me. And Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsmouth, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. And I had the misfortune to return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office. It is what's so funny, pal. Well, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of this office's finest prosecutor, as he makes a huge mistake in accusing me, is simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world. What? Miss Judge has explained it all and even backed it up. You're the murderer. Don't try to be slippery and just admit to the crime already. And as I said earlier, it's all so circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints? Well, I can readily confess that I had wiped the knob down well. Eh? I'm a little obsessive-compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched. Which is why I wiped the knob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense that only Jim's and my own prints would be on there. You made that up just now, didn't you? Furthermore, as for the note Jim left me, do you know exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left it there before I arrived at the office. Like early evening, for example? Are you saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway? Hey, even geniuses fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, although that's no excuse. And that's just a flat-out lie! There's no way you didn't notice a note that size! But you can't prove that, can you? Say something, Mr. Edgeworth! Back me up here, sir! Horseman makes a good point. I can't prove that he didn't simply overlook it. Besides, I have an airtight alibi. Airtight, you say? I only just realized I had one as we were talking. Guess it would have been better for all of us if I had told you sooner. Alright. Stage 3 of getting this motherfucker. If memory serves, you came back to this office at around 2 a.m., correct? It was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. At exactly that time, I was down on criminal affairs. Ask around, I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi. Do you really think it's that perfect? Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself. Detective Gumshoe. Sir, yes, sir. I'll go check out his alibi, sir. Be right back. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I think we're in trouble. It's just like Mr. Portsman said. This guy's down on criminal affairs said they saw him around 2 a.m. You see? All the evidence points to him being the culprit. So there must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere. Around 2 a.m. Correct. But let's think about it. You are correct. It was around 2 a.m. You sure? It's really important to me that you're spot on with the time. I remember checking my watch then, and make no mistake, it was 2. Oh, giving testimony like a pro. Okay, so you came back to your office at 2. It was then that you had the unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit.
Hold it!
It is as you say, however... Yes, however, you're the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me who you saw? It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see.
Objection!
Oh, come now, I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you? I'm beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here. Oh, well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit.
Hold it!
What were you doing down in criminal affairs? So you paid the criminal affairs department a visit. Yep, right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct.
Hold it!
The perfect alibi? We did go and ask around to confirm your testimony. It was just as I said, right? Yes, sir. A number of detectives said that they saw you at around that time. See, I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve. Ugh. Impossible, he actually does have the perfect alibi. What's wrong? Why the sudden sullen look on your face? Can't you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we've reached the end of the line, and it's time to get off this crazy train. You there. Sir, please escort the young lady out. But remember, be gentle. Maggie! Detective Gumshoe! Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn this situation around. Some sort of turnabout, perhaps. Flipping it upside down ways, maybe. If I only had a clue. Did I miss something that can help me cast doubt on his alibi? I need to calmly think this through one more time. And with logic! Logic! So, Mr. Portsman doesn't have a gun. So whoever I encountered there was not Mr. Portsman. It was someone else, right? both of these kind of lead to the fact that there were two people, right? Both of them kind of do. So, let's just try them both. Come on. Yes, okay. Evidence points to the shelves being disturbed once before and once after the murder. But who is to say that the person who did it the second time is the same as the first? Which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. And that person had another gun! Kerching? If indeed there were two culprits, then that resolves the contradiction behind our murder weapon. Despite the fact that there are two bullets here in this room, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, leaving the possibility the other bullet was fired from the other visitor's gun. Furthermore, if we suppose that the second culprit's gun was the one that was pointed at my back...
Objection!
Objection! Mr. Portsman, it seems that I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case. Great, so you finally come to your senses. Mr. Edgeworth! Sir, what are you saying? This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I'd assumed that the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not be the case. What do you mean? The person I ran into was just your average thief. A thief? But, sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts? Not at all. It simply means that the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, two culprits stole into my office tonight. What do you mean, two? It explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice and how there were two guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office.
Objection!
Now you're just leading the argument. You still don't have any actual proof, you know. If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me, which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time. So then, this would be when the files were put back in the wrong order, right? Correct. And then, just when he was about to look somewhere else, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith? Why did Mr. Faith come into your room, sir? He probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. But that's when he noticed sounds coming from my office would be my guess. Oh, because you were supposed to be away, right? And he must have thought it was odd, so he came into this office to check it out. Correct. And as a detective, that was the right thing to do. But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there. Because it was Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him, and then... bam! Right in the fucking tummy. He killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. Nya, nya, nya. This was the moment in which the first shot was fired, the one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he had also left the fake dying message behind. You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that? Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there was yet another visitor to my room, and this is where it gets complicated. There was another? Visitor, sir? Yes, and this other person's objective was also to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so... they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems that they found their prize. The stolen O file, right, sir? Correct. Only just as the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter. So the shelves getting messed up twice and the two bullets. It was all because two different people were doing those things at two different times. Precisely. So now do you see, Mr. Portsman? The person I met was just a thief, and not, in fact, Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time frame in which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant. Because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit.
Objection!
What's so funny, pal? Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything. Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth, after all. But you know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial. Supposing if, and that's a big if, your theory is right, it would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. But there is still one defining point of your argument for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir! He has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point. Don't say that, sir. I don't believe this. Don't worry, Mackie. I'll do something if I must. You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. If the person you met really was just a plain old thief, then why is that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct. That thief you ran into should be a real suspect, wouldn't you say? You should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. Now, I hate to repeat myself, but as I've already said, I was training in my room. When Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left. When did you leave? When's the testimony that we left? Was it in logic? I can't find it now. I don't think it's all that dead. I don't think it's at all dead-ended. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. He doesn't find a way to prove it.
Hold it!
Actually, no, I wouldn't. Why not? That's elementary. The dying message, of course. Mr. Fate's killer very clearly left those letters on the spines of those files. It was after they were on there that the thief stole one of them. You mean the O files, right? And that's how we also know the letters themselves were a setup, and not for Mr. Fate. If the thief was the killer, do you think they would try to undermine themselves? Yeah. Maybe the killer just didn't think of that either? Yeah, that must be it. Maybe, just maybe,
Hold it!
Once escaped, I highly doubt a thief would linger nearby. Well, you never know. Maybe they didn't get what they were really after? Oh, you talk like you know quite a bit about this thief. It's nothing like that. I have no idea about anything, after all.
Hold
In
it!
your room. But according to Mr. Fate's note... Hold on, I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we say that Jim left that note for me in the early evening? If you have proof that he left it at a different time, say, just before he was murdered? I don't have any, no. You see, I insist again that I was in my office the entire time.
Hold it!
Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith? That's because he said he was tired and going to take a quick nap. You know those sofas in this hallway? He likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits. And what of the evidence he brought? They were things related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items, a gun and a pendant. Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too crucial to let slip through the cracks.
Hold it!
A gun and a pendant. Yes, this gun, which is the murder weapon, and this pendant, which belonged to the victim. And why were you taking them to Criminal Affairs? There was something in a past case file I wanted to compare these two to. But all this has nothing to do with this case right now. Anyway, I believe you'll find the long paper trail I left to be to your satisfaction. This is all matching up with what Detective Gumshoe found out. Let me just look at the evidence. We didn't get that added to the court record? Okay. All right.
Hold it!
I can't expect you to know, can I? Nope. But I guess you can expect me to take a guess based on logical deductions. Oh, then let's see you deduce. Jim waited for me to leave and then stole the master key. For the purpose of sneaking into your room, of course. And that's when Miss Bird caught him red-handed, and the murder occurred. It's all exactly as I'd laid out earlier. I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I have to find a way to prove it. Okay, the victim's gun does have that horse emblem on it. Whoa. Whoops. Shoot myself. Huh. Ha 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 ha.
Hold it!
Do I present here? Do I present here? I don't know. Herm, 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 herm. Herm, 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 herm. Oh, fucking right. I'm stupid. It's because he said 3 pieces of evidence, not 2. So where's the third, dumbass? Where are my hands? My hands are off? What's wrong? Come on. There we go. Give me back my hands. I need a point. 3? But his note says 3, dumbass.
Objection!
Only 2 pieces? I believe the proper phrase here is, you fail. Excuse me? You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me. Da, 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 da. Pursuit groovin', baby! You know what? You know what? I do need to turn up the background audio just a little bit. It is important. Yeah! Yeah! Well, here's a piece I think you should read. Carefully. It says that Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces. Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman. I can't believe he got tripped up by simple arithmetic. Where is the missing piece of evidence? It's... You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe. You don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe. Oh, don't come any closer! I'm warning you! It's all part of the investigation, pal! Oh, don't even think about stopping me! No! Hey, what's this? He had this on him, sir. Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide. Why would he hide something like that? There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally point to that person himself as the real killer. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail. For the sections of the tape that will drive the last nail into his coffin. The KG8 incident and blood. Blood! That's blood, isn't it? Yes, and I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh. You mean this might be Detective Faith's blood? No, you've got it all wrong. No amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. You told us that you'd received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you will tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way onto this video? Yeah, it's totally suspicious. Was it at the moment of his death? Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his personage when you killed him? You know very well there's no way to prove that. Not even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints. Gah! If I had to take a guess, I'd say the only ones on here would belong to the murderous you and Mr. Faith. No, impossible! You shouldn't do that. 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 Shouldn't have did that. Alright, it's now 5 a.m. Yippee! Mr. Portsman has been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir. Very good. And the results we got back from the lab checks on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. Blood work came back and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. And as a bonus, they were also able to lift a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well. Thank you so very much, Mr. Edgeworth. I still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir. It was nothing. I'm just sorry that you got caught up in a murder in my office. Please accept my apologies. It was nothing. Really, compared to what I've been through, I mean, I consider myself lucky that it was only a burglary and a murder this time, sir. If it had been a holdup or a hostage situation, I'd have thrown my hands up in the air. I think I'm finally rising up from a goddess of misfortune to just an unlucky person. Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail. You know something, sir? That Mr. Portsman really was one corrupt prosecutor. And why would you say he was corrupt? Well, I heard that there were a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. And there's even rumors about how some of the evidence he uses is forged, sir. Forged evidence, huh? And they say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons. Ooh, that guy was a complete disgrace to the entire profession. We never did get around to asking what his reason for breaking into my office was. Yeah, whenever we got near that talk, he just clammed up. Although we can be pretty certain that it was to steal something. It's just between you and me, sir, but there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization is involved behind the scenes. Oh? Well, well. With Mr. Portsman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly lends credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this. Huh? Mr. Portsman isn't the bad guy? I didn't say that, but rather that there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, we still haven't figured out the significance to this piece of evidence. The missing trial case.
Take that!
The person who stole this file, the other villain of the night. Yeah, I wonder who it was. And what happened to the stolen pages? I wonder, who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Yes? I came across this while I was processing your office earlier, sir. This card! Oh! The Yatagarasu! What is it, sir? Is that a bird or something on there? Gumshoe, you should know this, right? It's not just any bird. It is the mark of the raven, a three-legged raven. Even you should know what this is, detective. Oh, it's about that thing, isn't it? The great thief everybody's talking about? Yes, it is the mark of the great thief, Yatagarasu. Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end, a modern Robin Hood. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. Though we don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. The theft is always performed in silence and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media, along with this single card. Although it has been a while since the Yatagarasu's last appearance. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, look, something's written on the back. What? Let me see. It's the location of where the thief put the stolen files. So the person who stole the contents of the file was the Yatagarasu? Yatagarasu. Organization. Quite a few key words are popping up in this mystery. The murder in my office. The return of the great thief, Yatagarasu. Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these events coming. For they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. Right, on the flight in. The end. So good. So good. I love Ace Attorney. I love Ace Attorney. Yes, save that progress. Save it real good. Yeah. Turnabout visitor complete. Next to turnabout air. Francisca! Turnabout, the kidnapped turnabout, turnabout reminiscence, and turnabout ablaze. Hi, Kay. Hi, Kay. Hi, Kay. It's been a while. Kay will show up in episode 3. But for now, it's definitely time to take a quick break. We'll see how I'm feeling. My throat's kind of acting up. So we'll see how we're feeling in terms of continuing. I think we should finish investigations before we move on to investigations 2. Prosecutor's Gambit. I haven't played 2 at all, and I have played 1 before, so some of this might come back to me. And stuff from the Jello videos that I watched a while back would probably be relevant. But it's still nebulous enough, and I wanna do it all. I wanna get through it all. I wanna, yeah. All right, so given that, we'll take a quick break. I'll drink some honey tea or whatever the fuck to get my throat acting normal again, and we'll be back with episode 2. We'll probably not get through all of it. I know that the intro cases are usually a lot shorter, and then the follow-up cases are probably a lot longer. So, back in a little bit. And let me put on some tunes for you. stupid technology. I hate you. Ah! Ace Attorney is filled with bangers. Absolute peen. Pressing Pursuit cornered from Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Ah! I need to add some Ace Attorney music to my, like, hype BGM playlist. We got there. We got up there. Okay, let's go ahead. Unfortunately, cut this music. Hopefully we take another BRB. It's such a fucking jam, though. Alright. But, let's hop back in. Let's get back. Let's, Francisca, my beloved. Foolish fools who foolishly fool in the night. On a plane, I guess. I don't know. The murder that occurred in my office. The return of the great thief Yatagarasu. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day 2 days ago. 2 days earlier. Oh. You know how it is with red wine. Go you airlines. Yes, everything began high up in the air. 9,000 feet in the air, to be precise. 9,000 feet?! We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. And then the elevator opens and... Red wine! No! I hope it's red wine. I hope it's only red wine. 6:13 a.m., 2 days ago. Flight G390, first floor lounge. God. Imagine having this much room on a plane. Any plane. I don't give a shit which. This is a train car. They put this on a train car, but they said it's a plane. Ugh. Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? I guess that is how it is with red wine. I need to stick to my rosés and my white wines. 6:13, huh? Guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes. Slight turbulence indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. I suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight. Though admittedly, I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes. Yeah. What's this? A travel wallet? But it's not mine. How did someone else's travel wallet wind up in my pocket? My head. Why won't this headache go away? I'll take care of this travel wallet later. I'll hand it off to the attendant. Earthquake-like turbulence to an elevator. It's like all my traumas wrapped up into one fucking travel thing. What am I doing hesitating like this? Actually, I know full well why I hesitate. It was when I was still but a young child. The DL6 incident! How long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. I need to behave like one. I can handle it. I can handle it. God damn it! If I had a nickel for every time I open an elevator door and there's a dead body inside, I'd have 2 nickels. Fucking hell. What in the world's happened? Is there something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your seat. He's dead! Please calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts. Did something happen? You murderer! No, you have it all wrong. It wasn't me! Oh. March 12th, 6:41 a.m. Flight G390, second floor, first class. Everyone, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I am one of your flight attendants today, Rhoda Teniro. What's her name, Pun? What's her name, Pun? I don't think I got it. Rhoda Road, right? Rhoda Teniro? What am I missing? Tenero? Arrow as an aeroplane? Rhoda Tenero. I need to look it up. I need to know. It's been too. Yeah, External fandom name. Okay. So, in Japanese, her name is Ichiru Konomichi, which means Konomichi is this road, and Ichiru means thin or a sliver. So, she's a narrow road. So, Rhoda to narrow. Road to narrow. This one's really hard. This one, definitely not exactly as evident as dead man. Unfortunately, we have just had a minor accident on this flight. An accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. I caught a glimpse and it was a murder. What? Murder? What's going on with this flight? Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. This flight will stay on course and make it scheduled. Oh, speaking of scheduled, die. There we go. You're currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. So until we are out of this area of turbulence, I ask that you please remain seated. But someone was killed, right? I mean, what about the killer? Let me off! Please, there is no need to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprit. I ask that everyone please remain calm. What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor, and I assure you I am not the killer. Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy. Now you listen here. I'm not the killer. I simply found the body. So you say, however, and I am sure that you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear in my honor as a professional flight attendant. Oh, is that right? Oh, yeah? Flight attendant's honor? I sure hope that, another professional flight attendant isn't involved somehow. That sure would make your honor pretty iffy. I know what I saw, and there's even very strong incriminating evidence to back me up. What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about? We've already alerted the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you will remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. I'm very sorry, but please understand our situation. Our situation? I'm more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in. I'm not about to just sit idly by while I get accused of murder. Miss Tenero, is it? Yes? I was wondering if you might give me a chance. A chance? To do what? A chance to plead my case. And a chance to ask what you meant by incriminating evidence just now. To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him to give a proper defense. Can the professional flight attendant inside of you really call this action righteous? Come on. You have a point. Very well, I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid you'll only look even more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. I also do not have the time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick. Of course, as you wish. Good. Very well then, let's get started. I didn't fucking kill that dude. What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. But I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred. Alright, Rhoda. What Miss Tenero saw. I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edward, I am certain that you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator. It was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off of the murder weapon. The travel wallet? Seriously? If you'd please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land. The travel wallet? That's it? That's her evidence? I don't think you could ask for a more perfect witness testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? No. There's a huge gaping hole in it.
Hold it!
Tell me, what exactly puts the pro in professional flight attendant for you? Well, it means we are very professional about how we take care of our passengers. Services like fetching papers and responding to calls are done with speed and accuracy. I can assure you that I give testimonies with the same level of professionalism. But I'm sure you have already realized that by now, right? It's a bit hard to appreciate your professionalism when I'm the one under suspicion. Also, are the levels still good? I feel like the music might be too loud. Right! Oh my god, that's why I can't tell. My fucking monitor! I can't hear myself. Oh. Where's my monitor? Settings. Audio. Monitor. Monitoring device. There we go. Now that should still work, right? Come on. What? Why is the monitor working? Mic, monitor. Ah, there we go. But now it's coming through the. Huh. I can see it happening twice, which is not good. Let me put it back to media. Maybe that'll help. No, that's what needs to happen. Right. Okay. Okay. And it's normal. It's normal. Is it normal? Now, there we go. Okay, right. I can now hear myself talk and have the game audio going at the same time. Right? This is working? This is working. Right, okay. Ugh. Woof. Let me see. Okay. Sorry for doing this audio stuff right on the fly. Whoops. Whoopsie daisies. Ba 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 ba. Let me. This doesn't sound right, though. How about now? Is it accurate now? I don't know. But I think that the game audio does need to be a little bit smaller. And there you have it. My professional testimony is accurate and reliable. How about this? Okay, let me go through and theoretically think about reading this. And there you have it. My professional testimony is accurate and reliable. Yeah, I think this is good. Jesus Christ. I can't believe I didn't notice that for like so long. Yeah. OBS had an update. That's probably what fucked it. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm certain you are the killer.
Hold it!
You certainly seem sure of yourself. Of course. A professional flight attendant can't afford to make mistakes, after all. Perhaps. But you must admit there are few who can look at a murder with a clear mind. We attendants all go through extensive training and are always calm and collected. We'll even calmly serve you coffee if you so wish, as the plane makes a splashdown. I fail to see how that would be the common rational thing to do in an emergency. Even until the bitter end, we are there to serve the passengers. And that is the duty of all professional flight attendants. You certainly are confident. Anyway, shall we return to your testimony? The scene I saw in front of the elevator.
Hold it!
Tell me about it. Yes, what did you see in front of the elevator? That's what I was just about to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth. Framed by the elevator doors and bathed in the light coming from within. It was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off of the murder weapon.
Hold it!
The murder weapon dripping with blood? Really now? I swear that was the grisly scene I saw before me. Thank goodness it wasn't a passenger who saw, or there'd be widespread panic by now. As I recall, you were quite panicked yourself at the time. Excuse me? You were scared enough to misread the situation and accuse me of murder. Nonsense! Professional flight attendants cannot afford to be that flustered. I witnessed the murder scene and am now listening to your defense, all with a smile! Apparently also lie with a smile on your face. Damn, bitch. If you'd please cooperate, we'll turn you in over just as soon as we land.
Hold it!
Please don't. I am not the culprit, and yet you would keep these restraints on me. Mr. Edgeworth, please try to understand what kind of situation you're in right now. And what exactly is my situation? I have the backing of the captain to keep you bound in this way. We are within our legal right to restrain anyone who might threaten our captain mid-flight. In essence, you're in the same situation as someone who's been arrested by the police. So I am to stay restrained until I can clear up all of her doubts? At least I'm close. Her mistake shines like the silver lining on a dark rain cloud. I'm gonna capture some of that light with evidence. Evidence, baby!
Hold it!
Whoops. fucked up. Okay, there we go. Present my travel wallet.
Objection!
Miss Tenero. What is with the yelling all of a sudden? Force a habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Miss Tenero, you say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood. Is that correct? Yes, all that blood. Drip, drip, drip. Just recalling that scene sends a chill down my spine. Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you. Ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-ba. 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 What? What? Flight training failed me? I'd like to direct your attention to this. Do you know what this is? It's a travel wallet, right? But it looks a little big and bulky. The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Miss Tenero. What? Impossible! Now then, do you still think I am the killer? That I killed him with the travel wallet? But I saw blood dripping from the wallet. I know I did. As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained. But if you would be so kind as to take a whiff, I think you'd agree it's only grape juice. I mean red wine. I mean grape juice. Then... That's right. You mistook grape juice for blood. The murder weapon dripping with blood does not in fact exist. No! There, that should clear up that pesky accusation. Hold it! Wait just a sec. That is... I mean, even a wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside, please. She's trembling, and the tacked-on please at the end. Sounds like I've got her. There's no need to look inside. Even you can tell from its appearance that it's light. No, I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of that wallet for myself. She's a persistent one. I suppose we have no choice but to see what's inside. Miss Tenera, if you would be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me. All right. I usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here. It seems that this passport is all that's in here. As you saw, there's nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet was the murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree? Hold it! Please hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it now? Well, I was wondering, whose passport is it exactly? Can I take a look? Why not? I'm rather curious myself. This is... Ackby Hicks? Just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Ackby Hicks, which makes it the victim's property. You stole the victim's wallet? Didn't you? How dare you? You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Yeah. I did think it was a murder weapon, but it seems that I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is. No, I just woke up with it. I know that sounds bad. Now, I know that sounds bad. Rhoda, like, looking in the wallet and seeing the victim's passport. You what? You what? It's not the travel wallet. However, you did steal it from the body. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks' money, weren't you? There's no money in the wallet. You still suspect me, even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me? You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play? No, that's fair. Like, genuine, like, you know. If the situations were reversed, I would get it. Especially considering Edgeworth has wrongly accused people in the past, and Phoenix Wright had to fix that. That man. Miss Tenero's logic.
Hold it!
Shouldn't that be proof enough for you that I did not murder the victim? Nope. Why not?
Hold it!
You think I stole it? I'm very sorry to say it, and I wouldn't usually be so rude, but it must be said. You have the wallet of the dead man. How did you get it if not stealing it? You see the quandary here, Edgeworth? I never thought I'd see the day, but here I am calling a passenger a thief. I feel like I'm clipping. Am I clipping? I hope I'm not clipping that much. Maybe I just move the microphone back a little bit. And then I can... Yeah, I'm still loud, right? That's a little bit far. Okay. That should do. That should do. Maybe I should put on a serious face and say it more directly. I believe you removed the wallet from the victim's personage. It really doesn't matter how you phrase it. What I'd like to know is why you think I stole Mr. Hicks's wallet.
Hold it!
My motive? I don't think I have any sort of motive to speak of here. I've never met Mr. Hicks before, and our only connection is this one flight. But that is more than enough of a reason. What, yeah? He was sitting in first class, so the implication is quite clear.
Hold it!
You think I was after his money? Where did that cockamamie idea come from? True, you are also a passenger in first class, but I thought something was off about you in those deeply etched lines on your face, on your forehead. Oof. They're not lines, they're perfectly normal and a part of my natural face. I don't think I've ever met someone with such a terrible countenance on a flight before. That's when it hit me. You have the face of someone with money trouble. She really is making a fool of herself pursuing this line of logic. I should spare her and present the piece of evidence that contradicts her testimony. The Sky Magazine. The fact that there's no fucking money in this wallet.
Objection!
I wonder if I might get a word in, Miss Tenero. What is it now? I need to lower the sound effects volume. What is it now? Miss Tenero, I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony? What are you talking about? Come on, my testimony's fine. Shut up. As you saw with your own eyes, the only thing inside Mr. Hicks's wallet was his passport. If I really was after his money, then why would I steal a penniless travel wallet? But that's right, Mr. Edgeworth, you didn't know it was empty when you stole it. You would like to think that, but that's not possible. What do you mean it's not possible? There's no way the killer didn't know that the wallet was empty to begin with. Now, what makes you so sure? Because there's just money strewn about. If you recall the crime scene, I admit that the wallet was probably not empty at the time of the murder. That's pretty evident by the bills and cards strewn about on the inside of the elevator. Whoa, fuck! I think you've come to realize the problem with your logic. I would surmise the victim's wallet fell out during their struggle. And that's when its contents emptied onto the floor of the elevator. I doubt the killer could have missed such an occurrence. Then you're saying... Yes, according to your supposition, if I were the killer, I would have been going after a wallet I knew to be empty. And since I clearly was not attempting to gather the scattered money, it renders your argument of theft completely invalid. Forgive me! Please! Hey, what the fuck? Are you saying the attendant's wrong? So that guy isn't the killer? Don't believe it, everyone. It's a trick. Shut the fuck up! Miss Tenero. Yes? You lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark and looking into the light from the elevator. It's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. I take no offense that you thought that I was the killer. Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you for releasing me. Eyeball, fern, cop, kamehameha, sorry, scissors, leaf 2, arrow, kamehameha, Aquarius, I'm sorry, key swirl. What is it now? Eye, leaf, cop, kamehameha. Miss Nero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged. It sounds like Borginian, but I don't understand any of it. There's another attendant on this flight who... I said that he's giving the runabout! I don't require an interpreter, I speak English just well, see? You, the attendant. Yes, sir? I want this person to be under the arrest until we arrive at the airport. Yo, who upstroking their statues? I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly are you hoping for? What is it you want? I'm finished talking to the likes of you. Please, I would like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest until we land. You! How dare you try to waste my time! You're the one who stuck your nose into my affairs. Fuck. I wanted to spend even at least one more second with my precious art. I have no time for other things. I know what you are. I see through you. Insolvent. Yes, I'm pretty sure that is how you say it in English. I should hope I'm not monetarily bankrupt, but I don't think that's what you meant. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name. I am Zinc LeBlanc II. I'm a very wealthy man in the Borginia. But I'm not an ordinary rich man. I'm an art dealer, a rich seller of beauty. Mr. LeBlanc, what did you mean just now? Pardon? When you said that Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabout? I have to explain? Unbelievable. I will say it once and only once. I do not have even a second to waste. Time is money, as they say. Yes, and yet you continue to blather on. I saw it, yes I did. I saw the victim go into the elevator. Going down to the lounge. It was exactly at 6 o'clock. And what's the significance of that time? At 6, he says. Wait, you saw him at 6? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? He understands, I see. Miss Attendant, what time did you discover the body? Oh, it was a little after that patch of turbulence, so I would say around 6:15. Hicks was his name, was it? And then I say that man Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span. And the only person in the lounge at this time was this prosecutor, yes? Yeah, I was in my seat the whole time. Me too. I was watching the movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice. I'm still eating. Still haven't finished, see? The other passengers have an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose. No compliant, I see. Not a single word against this, right? I have no way of discounting what you've put forth at this point, but it wasn't me.
Oh, so you say, but do you have, what do you say, the evidence?
Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit after all? Ugh, something with the audio is still screwing with me. Let me just, take this and do that. Cut the volume in half. Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you're quite certain of what you saw, enough to give testimony?
Of course, I was looking at that man the whole time. He was playing with that annoying little, small machine the whole time.
Machine?
Yes, that's what you people call it in English, yes? It was making me crazy with the click, click, click.
From that description, it sounds like some sort of small computer? I believe what Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is a cell phone. I have to say that I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself. A simple cell phone. A laptop or an organizer I could see, but that's kind of low budget.
I hate that noisy little machine in his hand. Not a fragment of beauty. All it produces is ugly sounds. Anyway, I know what I saw.
Miss Tenero.
Yes?
I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene.
What? You want to examine the crime scene?
If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit.
Humph, I don't like the sound of that. Fox in the duck pen. Yes, I think that's how you say it in English.
It's fox guarding the hen house, and I believe my innocence was proven earlier. And if I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Miss Tenero, if you wait until we arrive, there is a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then. I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say.
This should not be approved.
Please, Mr. LeBlanc, in an emergency, all decisions are to be made by the captain alone. Now please wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. I'll be right back.
You are not planning to erase evidence when you are doing your investigation, yes?
Of course not.
We will see.
License to love, laugh, maim, and murder. Yeah? Is he even? He is holding a gun, I think. Is that even? Hell, it almost looks like a fucking, like, hand scanner. Like, it doesn't look like the gun is pointing this way. Like, if it is, it's very barely. His hands are way too big for this gun. I don't know. But we got permission to investigate the crime scene.
What? Unbelievable!
I am in your debt, Miss Tenero. However, there is one condition. I am to supervise you. Can you agree to that? Of course, I see no problem with that stipulation. It is only natural, as I am still a suspect in this case. I take full responsibility and will watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. I hope this is reassurance enough that there will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to use T to talk. It's time to head to the scene of the crime, the first floor lounge. Why'd we do this? Hey, miss, how about another glass? Excuse me, but I was wondering if you know anything about the murder. How about it? How about a glass together? I'm sorry, but I must decline. I wasn't talking to you! I was asking a cute attendant! Come on! I'm sorry, but I'm on the clock right now. But if you need a refill, I'll be happy to bring you another glass at any time. You got it, toots! That's no way to talk to a lady, man. Come on. I may have a word with you. This steak, so awesome. It's great to hear. However, I'd like to ask you a few questions. I was here the whole time, so I wouldn't know. Eat or speak. Please pick one. Alright, he chose 8. I think he chose to eat. I can hear that. Chess! Ah, that's right. I was in the middle of recreating a chess game. Just an observation, but aren't there too many red knights around that lone blue pawn? Nonsense. It simply shows the blue pawn is no match for the red knight's might. It's my seat, and I didn't bring anything particularly useful for an investigation. Not prepared for so many murders to happen. Don't get near me, you criminal! He said, don't get near me, you criminal. I'm not the killer, and I intend to prove that starting now. But it's contrary to the facts. I can understand his English just fine, thank you very much. What's a lifesaver doing here? I bought it at the in-flight shop just beyond the lounge. If something should happen, having one will save your life. I think this guy would have been better off not taking a plane to begin with. Yeah, fearful. This is Mr. Hicks's seat. I don't see the machine Mr. LeBlanc was talking about. Perhaps it's in the elevator? Maybe. We should probably head down to the crime scene now. It's a movie poster for License to Love, Laugh, Main, and Murder. It's a Go-Yo airline-sponsored movie. It's a suspense, hard-boiled action, romantic, horror, comedy flick. Is it the genre listing for this thing? Yes, it's a movie that can be enjoyed by anyone because it encompasses all those genres. I can't even begin to imagine what the plot would be. But you have to admit, it has piqued your curiosity, right? I heard the main strategy with this genre listing was to make people curious. Well then, consider the mission a successful one. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Oh. How did you find your meal to be, Mr. Edgeworth? Come to think of it, I forgot all about it. I must have been asleep or something. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Let me prepare you something right away. What are you apologizing for, Miss Tenero? I failed in my professional duties by letting a passenger go hungry. Please help yourself. If you see anything to your fancy, feel free. I think I'll take my time later after I've solved this case, thanks. Hurry up and investigate. Time should not be wasted. Precious is human time, is how you say it, I believe. Protecting the gargantuan vase on the chair rather closely. It's a marvelous vase, though, isn't it? Yes, I dare say so as a professional attendant. I don't think there's any real connection between a piece of art and being an attendant. I'm not just any old attendant. I'm a professional flight attendant. As though there were such a thing as an amateur flight attendant. So what are these, like, extendy thingies? Oh, they're TVs. Okay. Because I see this guy's got a game console plugged into this one. What kind of game console is that? I don't know. Any gamers in the chat know what this is? Or is this just a generic game console? I want to thank you for your help back there, Miss Tenero. It was nothing. You should thank the captain for granting you permission. And just so everything is perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Your standing with me hasn't changed one iota. I see. I will bear that in mind. I received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted you to know that we reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you are not making progress. And when we do, he asks that you please return to your seat at that time. So my time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? I have to find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time is up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board? I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat, we made a thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, no one can move between those two classes in first class without a staff keycard. And we found no record of a keycard being used at all. Which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands. At least I know that much for sure. And one other thing. No one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered either. Now then, let's get started. Well, where should we start from? Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime occurred between 6 a.m. and 6:15 a.m. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself. You should make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means that the killer was around somewhere. Incredible logic. If you are to believe that what you say is true, then yes. The first order of business will be to gather information to win your trust. There's some spilled grape juice in the front of the elevator. I assume it was spilled during the turbulence. Oh, I must clean that up or someone might get hurt. Oh, fuck. Aha! I found some very important evidence. The fucking footprints.
Take that!
What is it? They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree that they are a set of footprints. What do you think? Yes, these belong to our killer. Oh, then maybe we should check the shoe sizes of everyone in first class. I don't think that will be of any help to us. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match. Oh, I see. The in-flight shop is just beyond these shutters, but we don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid I must leave them closed. There must still be clues to be found here in this lounge. Glasses and candles thrown into disarray by the turbulence. It's been a while since I've seen this big of a mess. It's terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for a second. And I frantically started searching for gas valves to shut off. I guess the shaking of the plane was bad enough for it to be mistaken for a real earthquake. Not that I would know, since I was unconscious for most of it. It's toppled over chair, yet another victim of the turbulence. No! Look at all that grape juice staining the back! It may not look it, but this chair was extremely valuable. It was? It's a chair. It was used when the Rocker Pals came to tour this plane. The Rocker Pals' leader sat in this very chair. I'm sorry, but what are these Rocker Pals? You've never heard of them? They're all the rage. The Rocker Pals are an extremely popular international band. They added the Pals part as they became more popular, especially among teens. That explains it. I'm not really one for the music of today. I should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later. On second thought, I can already see how confusing the conversation would get. This grand piano is the pride of this plane. You can play the music of whatever CD we insert into its CD drive. That's not a piano, it's more like an overgrown music box. But its keys to press along with the music as though there really is someone playing it. Some people have entirely too much money to waste on overly complex toys. Edgeworth does not appreciate the elegance of a player piano. These bottles and glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. Quite a bit of broken glass here. Please be careful when passing through the area. Thank you very much for the warning, Mr. Edgeworth. However, no matter how kind you are towards me, know that it does not clear up any suspicions I have about you. I wasn't warning you for the sake of clearing my name. This door leads to the flight attendant's room. But please understand that it's off limits to unauthorized personnel. The room is giving off the scent of women's perfume. One would think that perfume would smell great. However, to me it simply smells. He's so gay. Not that I have any interest in what lies behind this door. Perhaps you should return to the investigation, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? Sorry, I spaced out for a second there. These counter windows offer a glimpse of the sky, but these clouds, they tell me nothing. Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're talking to the clouds. Is that so? Then tell me, what do you suppose I said to them? I don't know, but it looked like a rather one-sided conversation. The clouds, they tell me nothing. A few copies of Sky Magazine. This month's special is an English trivia quiz. Not a bad idea. I've heard the youth of today don't know a particle from a participle. Now, please don't go around confusing people with made-up words, Mr. Edgeworth. Who's ever heard of such a silly word as participle? Case in fucking point. Case in fucking point. What or who is this? This is a bronze statue of the founder of Go You Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. It is just Hugo and then Hughes, right? Like the Hughes is not a part of the like it's Hugo. The one on the left is when he was in his 40s, and the other of him is in his 80s. Did the man age at all over those 4 decades? Maybe I need to squint more. What floors does the elevator service? Only the first and second, although it can also go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew key card. So the only floors accessible to passengers are the first and second, huh? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Money strewn all over the floor. It was all in his wallet. Yep. What's in his pockets? It's a picture. It looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere. Ah, and he's got his thing on his lanyard, his cell phone. I wonder what was hanging off of this lanyard. Something's missing from this picture. I could just put my finger on it. Let's also look at the... It's a sinister-looking figure. A piggy bank of our company mascot, Captain Yugo. It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell at our in-flight shop. This bank is a limited edition, and it's so popular we're down to our last one. You have an in-flight shop? Yes, it's just beyond the lounge to the right. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment. But it was open the whole flight up until Mr. Hicks's body was discovered. There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder weapon? Probably. Anything else of interest to, well, the body? No grape juice residue on the soles of his shoes. Mr. Hicks wasn't the bloody footprints. Hughes himself? Hicks himself, sorry. Mr. Hicks, he's really dead? Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right here. Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer yes. I see she's over the trembling, now, though a new symptom seems to have appeared. She's now fucking crazy. Focus on the body. Let's see. Blood on the back of his head. Could this be the cause of death? Appears to have been struck very hard. Even his glasses are broken. Oh, interesting. Nothing about his empty hand. Nothing about the elevator itself. Okay. Now, let's do our logic. Blunt force trauma, murder of Captain Yugo. A statue with blood on it lying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out. Yeah? The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head. Well, aren't we deserving of the Master of the Obvious title? Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth investigating? It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon. I just knew it! I mean, I can't think of any other connection. Perhaps Master of the Oblivious would be more befitting. Whoops, no. Eureka! His phone is missing! His machine? His cell phone, Miss Tenero. Ah, so I guess it's because it's not here. Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it. Okay. And I think that's everything for the body. A pity that a bronze statue knows not when good drink has been spilt at its feet. This is a statue of our founder, Mr. Yugo Hughes. He's a big fan of grape juice. I'm sure he'd be thrilled if he knew so much what grape juice was here at his feet. Is that a hint of hero worshipping I detect? Checking. Okay, that's everything, so I guess gotta do a little bit more logic. Okay, the killer could only have been... There wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. But if the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, that's a different story. If only I could prove the killer rode the elevator with Hicks. Yeah, because he walked out of the elevator that way, right? Cool.
I have it.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth. I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder. What? Really? Yes, it's rather simple, actually. The proof is in the pudding, or rather, the grape juice in this case, the red wine. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact. That someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person. But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself? But if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless. Which means... Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator. Cool. What's going on over there? LeBlanc and someone else?
Unforgivable. This is unforgivable. Do you understand what I'm saying? The movie is late. It is the same level of bad as if the plane arrived late.
But the movie...
What? I will not talk to you anymore. You're just wasting my time.
What's the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? There's no emergency. Please return to your seat, sir.
Do not tell me what to do. I need not to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you are innocent yet?
If you would like, I will prove my innocence to you right now.
What nonsense! Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken?
Yes. Your eyewitness testimony? No, okay, no. Your testimony that you saw him at 6 is correct. However, not mistaken, merely that there is room for doubt. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more.
Fine, suit yourself. I'm certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. It was when the needles on my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and 12. The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes? Then you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal. So, my eyewitness testimony. If you think you can destroy it, then come, let me see. Do I look like a man who is having the time to wait for you?
Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Come on. Be a pal. Hang out for a little bit. Smell the roses. Smell the rosés. The grape juice. Now, I don't doubt that, but were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at that time?
Of course I saw what was inside.
And you are sure that the victim was in the elevator alone?
Yes, the only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man.
Hold it!
Was he really alone?
Of course, I wouldn't bet even 1 cent.
Cheap Annie for cheap testimony. That's how you want to play it. I'll happily take your 1 cent. Ah.
Hold it!
I assume the pocket watch in this case is the one you keep checking, is that correct?
Oh, you noticed. This is a very expensive antique, I will have you know. The feeling is wonderful when I fully wind it up by hand.
It does look very well designed and quite classy.
I will have to charge you if you want to touch it.
That's quite alright. Let's continue with your testimony.
What a cheap man you are. Now return the time you wasted back to me. And if we must, I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator at 6 o'clock.
I spy a little hole in his words.
Hold it!
It's true that I found the victim's body at 6:15. That's when I found the two of them as well.
You see, it all matches my testimony.
I'm just pressing everything, because you know you gotta.
Hold it!
That is the most mistaken way of thinking I've ever heard of.
No. Your silly opinion is what is mistaken.
Please calm down, the both of you. In a sense, you're both mistaken. If that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, then I don't know what is. Footprints. Right? Or the phone. The killer took it? Gotta be the footprints, because we just did that, right?
Objection!
Yes, excellent, cool.
Mr. LeBlanc, what is it?
There's a very glaring contradiction in your testimony.
What do you mean?
Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There, the spilled grape juice.
Yes, and? Will you admit you also spilled it with the blood?
No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is the set of grape juice footprints.
Footprints?
Yes, the ones that lead from within the elevator out into the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive.
Oof.
There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth? Can you please translate for us? Why did they... Can I show that on Twitch? It's Cammy Meals updated sprite. My hands! Oh, my hands! Ugh. Stupid hands. Why did they add her nipple? Okay, let me get Cammy Meals. No way. That's totally impossible, I guess is what he said.
No, wait, that is totally impossible. I know there was no other person in there. I saw with my own eyes.
If you want to know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us. I suppose she's right. He doesn't seem to be lying. But then what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please, just once more, will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me?
I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eye when he passed me, and I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. But I swear there was no one else inside. No one.
Mr. LeBlanc, if you'd please calm down.
What? Dare you two have an issue with my eyewitness testimony?
No, not at all. Please forget I said anything. Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying. I can't let this testimony stand as the truth. Something's odd here. And you're upset. Why? Are you still upset now?
I'm always upset. The only time I'm not is when I have a piece of art in my hands.
Surprisingly easy to believe that about him.
But I was even more upset when Mr. Hicks walked by me.
Hold it!
Why?
Because something unforgivable was happening.
You were yelling about something unforgivable earlier.
I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Return back to me my time, in money. You understand the point. Movie? Is he talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned in the magazine? A summary of the plot and its start time. Interesting. And it does start at 6, or at least it should. They were supposed to show License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. I cannot see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights. I look forward greatly to that movie. I check my pocket watch whenever possible so I would not miss it. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came on board. So my watch is not wrong, it matched the schedule. But the movie was still late. Very, very late.
Hold it!
Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about it if that's alright. Departure time zone, not our arrival time zone, right?
Hold it!
No, now stop pointing at me like that. How did he miss a movie that he was clearly hoping to see? Destination time, not our departure. Right? That's the issue? Departure, not destination. Right?
Objection!
Yeah. Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony. Destination time when I came on board. If your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination. Yes, and the correct time is worth it 6 cents. I would like you to take a look at this. If you believe the Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule was also created with that in mind. Mr. Nero, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now? Well, we made a short stop at a transfer point. That's right, it was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Zhangfa. But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now we are still running on Borginian time. What? The time difference between Borginia and our destination is 9 hours. So, he saw him get in the elevator at 3 hours early? It's only natural your watch would be out of sync with the schedule. What? Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clocks. It also changes everything about your testimony. And you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. In light of this information, it means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 a.m. My 1,000,000 cents! This should clear up all the remaining accusations. This basically widens the time frame to the time of death, right? Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m., it means the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. The question now is, where was Mr. Hicks during that span of time, and what was he doing? I've got something to say. And you are... Yeah, I'm Cammy Emile. I'm a flight attendant. And what is it you wish to say? Well, I think your story's a little different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know. What? How can you be so sure of the time? Oh, that's right, he pushed his call button while we were parked at the transfer point. Brief stop to refuel and transfer cargo in the Republic of Zhangfa between 4 and 5 a.m. That was after the stop in Zhangfa. Okay. From 4 to 5, according to the clocks. And during that time, did any of the passengers leave or did anyone new ones board this flight? No. Not a single person got off or on in Zhangfa. What about the flight crew? The few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on or off, but eventually everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane. So basically, I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting. You should keep that in mind. And I answered his call. I can tell you, Mr. Akbe Hicks. Akbe Hicks. What's his thing? Akbe Hicks. Hicks Akbe. Hicks Atbay? Akbe Hicks. Akbe Hicks. What's your pun? Trivia. Akbe may come from the word for yawn. And Hicks may come from hiccup. Okay, no one knows. He's just the guy. Got it. Mr. Hicks was in his seat when we took off at 5. Alright, then that puts the time of the murder between 5 and 6:15 a.m. And what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth? I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Zhangfa. Ah, fuck! Fuck! You were here the whole time from 5, yes? Then you are the only one who could be the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, were you really here in this lounge the entire time from 5 a.m. onwards? Unfortunately, yes. But then how do we explain the footprints? Is not that obvious? This man waited for Hicks here in the lounge, waited to kill him, and then he put the corpse into the elevator. That is when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken, but what time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the 2nd floor does not matter. Because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge. Everything happened in this lounge? Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc? Well, do you have another idea? I simply feel that there is something out of place in the scenario you presented. The fucking crime scene and the money strewn about.
Take that!
Grasping for weeds, I think is how you say it, yes? Ah, damn it, seriously? It was a simple slip of the hand, I assure you. Oh, found it at the in-flight shop.
Take that!
The murder weapon. This little piggy bank is sold at the in-flight shop. It is sold there and only there, and is not displayed here in this lounge. How, then, did it find its way here? Don't you find that a tiny bit suspicious? Such a trivial point. It only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop first before coming here. It doesn't prove you are innocent at all. There's no way to win with this man. Hold it! If I may. What is it? You see... Well, it's just as Mr. Edgeworth says. Oh, and why do you know this so well? Well, it's just that piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes. And when was this? It was maybe around 5:40 a.m.? Isn't that just before we hit that patch of turbulence? That's right. You were in the shop just before the turbulence? Yes, I was. Come to think of it. Miss Tenero, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door. Yes, I did. And what is beyond that door? The flight attendant's room. Then you were on the first floor? Yes. I had to do something at the shop and in the flight attendant's room. So I went to the shop first and then to the flight attendant's room. Are you saying you passed by me at some point? Yes. You seemed really into the issue of Sky Magazine you were reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me walking by. I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take notice of who it was. Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there. Why did you go to the shop in the first place? I went there for a work-related matter. Work, you say? Yes, the upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities. Why did you not say anything about that until now is what I want to know. In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well. Shall we head over there, then? Hold it! What is it now? Aren't you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I have already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're alright. That's weird. What is? Oh, I just talked to the captain, see? And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all. What's going on, Miss Tenero? It means she's lying. Go on, admit that you are. You said you had permission to search all over, but you don't. And yet, here you are. You, flight attendant! What are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us? The captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. Oh, but don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way. Tenero, why would you do such a thing? Please excuse me. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would follow me, I'll be your guide from now on. Nothing about Miss Tenero that has piqued my curiosity. Right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority, because I'm accused of murder. I gotta. Miss Meal, about investigating the in-flight shop? Wake up, bitch! Huh? What's up? God, front-facing Cammy Meal. I need you to come with me so I can search the shop. Go on ahead without me. I'll catch up with you later. How has this woman not been fired yet? Oh, I'm really mad. You'd better hurry and bring to me some evidence. Just wait, please. Don't number the birds before they are born. What? Don't catch your chickens before they hatch, perhaps? All I ask of you is your patience and cooperation. Ah, shutters up. Let's go. Oh, so this is the in-flight shop. It's quite a mess in here. Think? Guess I'll have to clean things up then. Hold on. Don't clean up a crime scene. Oh, thank goodness. I hate cleaning so much. I mustn't rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected. Don't throttle her. This piggy bank was left at the crime scene. Very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit. Alright, here we go. Oh, you're not moving? You're not helping at all? Got it. Inside this display's case is a row of lifesavers and life vests for sale. We sell a lot of those when there's some kind of accident or something. Some people buy them even when nothing's going on. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Care to buy one? I sense this shop is one shopper away from being sued. These are all kinds of luxury name-brand merchandise for sale in this display case. Lined up in just such a manner as to scream, "Buy me!" to any passersby. Stuffed toys, just like the one Miss Meal is holding, are on display here. They're relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You know you want one, too. Great for when you're stressed. Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? The glass is shattered all over the floor. It looks like there's nothing on display inside either. I think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat. Huh. A wide selection of souvenirs. Uh-huh. You know what I'd suggest? I'm not buying anything. I bet you buy something for me then, as a present. I can't think of a single reason why I'd want to buy you anything.
When I've had my eye on that pendant for such a long time. Try paying some attention to me when I ask you something, and then we'll talk. Damn! Damn! Edgeworth doesn't hold shit back. Beautiful flowers in a beautiful arrangement. I feel cleansed just by looking at them. Well, you're kind of stepping on a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, excuse me. I don't know much about the shop, but you can still ask me about whatever. So, what do you think about what's happened regarding this case? I don't know. I guess I think you're the killer, though, Mr. Edgeworth. I can assure you that I'm here in the shop to prove just the opposite. Girl, wake up! Yeah, but it was me that got you the permission to look around. You know? Don't forget that, okay? How am I supposed to thank you properly if you insist on falling asleep? And you know, it'd really show your thanks. You see that item for sale over there? You're going to have to make do with my words of appreciation. What are these? Oh, those are our company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it. I just thought things work on this flight, but in the real world, you try then buy. No way. And either way, it doesn't really matter. True. Either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they've boarded the plane? See that? Just look at all the Captain Uggo heads painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? These are supposed to be the heads of the captain? They look like fucked up, like JPEG artifact pandas. What the fuck? You're painting on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you? He's certainly making something jump inside my stomach. What a fucking freak show. Huh? I guess there's no fooling your refined tastes. You look like you really wanted to get one. And I thought I was gonna finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done, though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again. I never showed any interest in it to begin with. It really is pretty horrible, isn't it? You wanna know something? This suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda. Miss Tenero designed this? Yeah, it was a company-wide contest. Well, he does have a very sharp design sense. Sharp? Like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe. I really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with it. It's so blah. Miss Tenero designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I would have expected. Ah, fuck. What the fuck? You okay? I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Meal. Letting a suitcase freely roll on has gotta be a safety violation. Here, I'll put it back. Alright, let's logic some shit out. Would the tiny captain's hat be on the piggy bank? I don't think we can, like, confirm that one way or another. But I guess that's what we're gonna have to logic out, is just, like, a reasonable assumption, you know? Alright. Penny hat. Penny hat. Tiny hat. Tiny hat for a tiny guy. The hat probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see. I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it? Really? Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in the shop. Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place. Come on, how should I know anything? I don't know shit, come on. Maybe. Yeah, looks like. Further inspection of this display case is needed. Let's take a closer look. Can I now take a closer look? I can. Cool. The glass in this door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to take the piggy bank?
A bit odd that the inside of the case is so devoid of glass shards. The glass broke rather cleanly. Ah! What is it? I touched the glass and it cut my finger. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth, it hurts. Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. This is the same man as the one portrayed by the statues around the elevator? Yeah, that's a paperweight of the founder of Go-Yo Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. On the bottom shelf we have the cute one, the middle shelf is the realistic one, and on the top shelf, that's the floral version. Floral? What the fuck? Let me guess, you just said the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like hit the bullseye. Go-You Airlines related books lines this shelf. The history, the future, the 7 wonders of Go-You, fight on, Go-You Airlines. Working name, Yugo Airlines, Yugo You Heart. Titles make it very clear they won't be making the top sellers list anytime soon. For security, there's a lock on this display case. Miss Meal, if I may ask you about this lock. It's Miss Rhoda's, so she's got the key to all the display cases. I see. Oh, I bet you want to buy something. You want me to go get the key from her? No, that's alright. Jesus Christ, you are just sales pitching it up, despite sucking. Okay, can I logic anything here? No. Can I deduce anything here? Some blood on one of the corners. Now his hat's on. And nothing. Where do you put? This is supposed to be a piggy bank, right? Where do you put in the? Is there supposed to be a hole here? Did they forget that when they modeled it again? I'm definitely supposed to deduce something. Yeah. The only thing that I can think to deduce, though, is that the thing fell out on its own during the turbulence. But how do I prove that, you know? I guess I just present the piggy bank.
Eureka!
About what? If the killer had broken the glass to get at the Captain Hugo Bank, there should be shards of glass inside the case itself. Ah, I see. I guess it'd be like that. However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case. Nope, no, there isn't. Which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass. Yeah, that's for sure. And there's so much glass all over the floor. I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at that time, too. Oh, that's nice. Which leads me to believe that the killer took the Captain Hugo Bank from here after the turbulence. Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Meal, and listen when I'm fucking talking to you. But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon. So you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake? Yes, at this point, that is a very real possibility. But then what if when the killer went to take Captain Hugo, they broke the glass by accident? The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely. Yeah, but there's one person who could have. Oh, and who would that be? Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything. Miss Rhoda's an arrow, huh?
I don't think there's anything left to logic here. We don't have anything for the suitcase yet. I can't leave, though. Everything else has been checked properly. I can't talk to her anymore. I guess I have to logic something out here. Were they broken during his murder? It shook so much it made a huge mess of the shop. We sure the suitcase didn't break the glass or something with the turbulence? Like, if it... Planes shaking caused it to roll. There was turbulence. So why was the suitcase back to normal? Yeah, that's something. Yeah. There's definitely something wrong here. What's with the sudden yelling? Tell me, Miss Meal, don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases? Oh, well, sure. They totally ooze strange, like the color and the such. Not the style. Now pay attention. You're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper. Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? I guess they take after their creator. Again, that's not what I mean, Miss Meal. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. They are fucking ugly. Teehee. I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she'd heard what you just said. What's wrong? He makes a good point. It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? I've spotted something that's not quite right. The one red wheel is stained with grape juice that, like, you could see from the overhead sprite. Something very peculiar about these wheels. Huh? As in, there are no stoppers in place on these. And one of them is covered in fucking wine, you stupid bastards! Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying. And so it's very likely this suitcase was placed here after we hit the turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we? What's this? The wheel is completely covered in something. This color and this scent. It appears the substance in question is grape juice. We're red wining it up tonight, baby. Why would there be juice on the wheel of a suitcase? This is apparently designed by Miss Tenero herself. The skid lines. Yeah, no, 100%. A certain je ne sais quoi about it. Yes, perhaps that is the best way to put it. I was gonna look at the price tag. I'm sorry. $1,200? Not exactly priced by someone with a conscience, I'd say. Holy shit. $12,000 for a shitty suitcase. You're kidding. I know in-flight prices are insane, but you're joking. This game came out in like 2000, like what, 8? I used to work a luggage section in a store. That's like normal. That's not normal. That's not normal. That's not normal. That's not normal. All right, let's open her up. It's not normal. It shouldn't be normal. Suitcases should be... Okay, well, I haven't needed to buy a suitcase in my life because I've got one that's a hand-me-down. Budget luggage was like $300. Jesus Christ. When I went to Japan, they offered... our tour group, they took us to the Asakusa Temple, and they were encouraging us to buy a lot of souvenirs and buy a new suitcase to go back with. Because, A, I mean, hey, just help out your fellow business people. And B, they were doing a story on tourism at the time, and they wanted to show how tourism was really good for the economy by showing, hey, look at all these tourists. They're buying so much stuff. But those suitcases were A, small, and they were B, cheap, so.
A piece of cloth! And it's soaked with blood! It's blood! It appears that this suitcase is very strongly tied to our murder after all. Investigation complete! So explain this to me. What does this suitcase have to do with the murder? I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used this suitcase in some manner. Such as to move something, perhaps? But aren't you just talking about the cloth, then? That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used the suitcase to transport is... his dead body.
Take that!
Something that would fit inside a suitcase that is also covered in blood? Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it? But... Nothing on the back. Okay. In light of this, I'd say Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else. Which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location. So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it? Exactly. What is it? Nothing. Just that... I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels that he has allowed you ample time. He says that he'd appreciate it if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat. I understand his sentiments. However, if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course. If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Bow. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together. Found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge, and I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Miss Meal reminded me about Miss Tenero, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light. It's probably not her. I'm not getting the vibe, you know? Ugh. Okay. This is a good time to stop, I think. Considering we've been live for about 4 hours, I want to keep my spirits high, you know? Keep everything gamer. But yeah. Good 4-hour stream. That sounds good to me. Let's go ahead and back out, like fully back out. I don't really need to save. Let's go back to title. New items unlocked in the gallery. Oh! The fact that it knows what case you're on and gives you a continue option. A continue screen based on the case you're looking through. Sick. Sick. I love it. 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 This gallery contains spoilers. I hope it doesn't contain spoilers for, Investigations 2. For being awarded all other accolades. For completing episode 1 without using story mode. Successfully making connection with logic. Rebuttal. Play the game with the chibi characters. Checkmating in mind chess in story mode. Episode 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unlock everything in the gallery. Okay. I missed this one for... Okay.
Investigate Edgeworth's seat while investigating with Gumshoe in episode 2. Okay. The photo album. We've got Jack Portman. Gun. Pathetic. Got Bloody Faith. We've got Maggie Bird unlocking the door for Jacques. Oh, fuck the key! Buddy supposedly taking the key. Okay. And the character compendium. Rotate him in my mind. Rotate him. Rotate him. Rotate. Walk, walk, run, kneel, cry, look wistfully, wipe tears, angry, thumbs up, Nah. Wah. Cool. Interesting. I don't think we ever saw Bloody Faith walking around. Oh. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. These fucking sprites suck. These suck so bad. Look at this fucking, like the change in pixel density. It's so jarring to look at. Ugh. Like, if you look at this is brutal. Normal guy, fucked up monster. Yeah, you can rotate Maggie in your mind now. Yay! 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 Ooh! Ooh! Hey! Mm-hmm. It's killing me. Get off. Go away. Stop haunting the narrative. Ugh. Yeah, this is brutal. There's a reason why I'm playing with the chibi sprites right now. It's because these, they ain't it, Chief. I'm sorry. What's the difference between her fucking shirts here? Is that supposed to be the blue badger? I guess it is. Why isn't it blue, though? Bep, bep. Cop. Catch. Cop 2. Forensics cop, right. Dust, dust. Sweep. Ah, and here are the real sprites.
Objection! Objection!
Where's him putting his jacket, like taking it on and off? Where's this? But like he puts, oh. He's playing really slowly, right? Is that what's happening? Eh. No? It weirdly pauses? Okay, whatever. Chomp, 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 chomp. Gulp. Die. He doesn't have any confrontation sprites. She doesn't have any voice lines either. Cop and forensics officer don't have anything either. Okay. Is there anything else? Okay, no, I got everything. Sweet. All right. I said exit game. We're fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. I am pooped after a stream that long. Gotta keep it a little bit on the more reasonable side for my first stream back. Delicious, though. I am so happy, so happy to see everybody again. I have, like, such vague memories of Investigations 1 that it really is nostalgic for me to play through it again. I'm very excited to keep playing through Investigations 1. I'm gonna have to mute my fucking timeline for, like, 2 weeks to get any spoilers out of there. Just, I need to figure out how to filter Ace Attorney's... I haven't filtered shit on my Twitter timeline. I just been scrolling. I need to start learning how to, like, use it. Good luck, thank you. Oh, boy. Because I need to avoid anything about Investigations 2 and the way that they chose to translate things. Because they're going to be compared to the fan translation, which I have watched at some point. And that's the new content. That's what I want so desperately. It's the new official Ace Attorney content. I want it. I need it. I need to get it untarnished. But yeah. That's going to be it for tonight. Who up for a raid? Who can I raid right now? Mocha's doing a donathon. Yeah, let's go raid Mocha. We'll say hi to Mocha. She's playing Fields of Mystria. Oh, that's the new farming Stardew Valley sim game. That'll be cool. Let's go say hi, and then we're gonna call it a night for now. I hope that everyone has a good rest of your night. I hope to see people here tomorrow for Emio the Smiling Man. That's gonna be the next game we're to try up tomorrow. I've got the demo installed. If it grabs me, I'll buy the full game. If it doesn't grab me and we still have time to go on the stream, we will probably sorry, this is just really loud for me. We'll probably switch back to Investigations if Emio doesn't grab me. I don't know that it won't. I've heard a lot of good things. I've seen a lot of good reviews, and I think that Emio is going to be a good game. At least that's what I think. But yeah, let's go raid Mocha, and we'll have a good rest of your night. All right. I don't know how raid messages should work. But we'll just go and say hi. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bessie like that, I think, though.